Oh. Welcome, everyone. I'm Karen Holweg, the chair of the Open Space Board of Trustees, and I'm calling to order our September 14th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting. And I'd like to call the roll. John Carroll.
Present.
Michelle Estrella.
Here.
Caroline Miller.
Present.
Dave Kuntz.
Here.
And Karen Holweg is here as well. So we've got a full slate of board members present. And to start out, I'm going to ask Laurel to read the rules for the meeting.
All righty. So the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council and board members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. You can read more about this vision and the community engagement process on the City of Boulder's website. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. I lost my presentation, sorry. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. And when we get to the public portion part of this meeting, if you use the raise your hand feature, to do so, you can press Alt-Y for your PC, Option Y on your Mac, or *9 on your phone.
Thank you, Laurel. And before we proceed with the approval of the minutes, I'm going to introduce Janelle to introduce herself and her new title and start the program presentation about the Junior Rangers and Youth Rangers programs. Janelle?
Thank you, Karen, and hello, everyone. I'm Janelle Freeston, and I'm serving as interim Deputy Director for Community Connection and Partnerships. And tonight our team is really excited to be here. We wish we could be live like we were back in the day, but we're not, and that's okay. You're going to hear an update from the Junior Ranger and Youth Ranger program on 2022 program highlights. And to kick that off, I'm going to introduce Natasha Steinman, who is OSMP's Youth Service Learning Program Manager, and other staff who will be speaking tonight: Marley Sanders, Arian Hampel, Melinda Markin, and then we have 3 Youth Rangers and a Junior Ranger here. And Natasha they're all gonna also introduce themselves throughout the presentation. So thanks everyone for having us and getting this first on the agenda. Thank you. I'll hand it over to you, Natasha.
Thanks, Janelle, and thank you everyone so much for allowing us to be here tonight to present. Like Janelle just mentioned, it is a team effort, so you'll be hearing from many different voices, and we'll do our best to change the Zoom, the name below our screen tonight, because we're kind of hybrid, half in person. So Marley is going to share our slides for us. Thank you, and there is a delay between that all. So bear with us.
It's good, we can see it.
One moment.
While they're getting that up, if we were in council chambers, I'd probably look around the audience and get a raise of hands. How many people are familiar with the Junior Ranger program and maybe started as a Junior Ranger, and some folks would be raising their hands, including Natasha, who started as a Junior Ranger, and Arian Hempel, and Leah.
Thanks, Janelle.
Take it away.
I know I do miss being in person. It's so fun to show up at council chambers. Next time. All righty. So we can go to the next slide, actually. So tonight we'll be presenting just some high-level highlights from the Junior Ranger program, because we really want to give most of our time to the youth themselves to tell their stories. But first, our program coordinator, Marley, and I will be sharing updates about the program's master plan alignment, hiring, and some trail crew highlights. And then Rangers Arian and Melinda will share highlights from the Youth Ranger crew. And then, as we've said, you'll get to hear 4 testimonials directly from youth who worked with us this summer. So if you could wait with questions until after the Youth Rangers and Junior Rangers present, that would be wonderful. And then the 4 of us will do our best to answer your questions. And it's always, as always, it's a great honor for youth to be asked to present to the board. And we're super, super grateful to these 4 for being here tonight. So feel free to thank them yourselves as well. Great. So the Junior Ranger plan and Junior Ranger crews, the Junior Ranger crews contribute to many of the master plan's tier 1 and tier 2 efforts. Our crews work on a variety of different types of projects, and primarily our trail crews work on trails. And so they help the trails team reduce trail maintenance backlog and reduce undesignated trails. We also work with the forestry team, that's that center photo there, as well as vegetation management and ecological restoration to preserve and restore important habitat blocks and to control invasive species. Again, our slides are perfect. We also meet multiple CCEI priorities. We continue to partner with internal and external groups to welcome diverse backgrounds and abilities. We innovate new crew models each year that connect youth to more and more of OSMP's work and impact. And through environmental education and leadership development training, Junior Rangers learn about OSMP, and many, as you could see from Janelle's beginning there, many are inspired to pursue careers of service or education in natural resources. So next you will hear from Marley, who's going to share about 2022 hiring and some project and crew highlights.
Thanks so much, Natasha. It's so great to be able to present in front of all of you. So right now, I just want to talk about our focuses for 2022. Last year, we mentioned to the board, we were so excited to be back from COVID that we started several new pilot programs. That includes Nature Kids Boulder programming, the leadership crew, which Niall, one of our Junior Rangers from this year, will talk about more at the end of the presentation, and our climate crew. This year in 2022, we focused on expanding those pilots and opening the opportunities to even more youth. We did open one new pilot this year, a middle school crew, which I'll talk about a bit more later on. But also this year, not just the projects, we also decided to focus on supporting the mental health of our employees. Last year, knowing that COVID made such a huge impact on Boulder teenagers and also everyone else in 2020 and 2021, we really made that a huge priority. And this year we noticed it's a continuing pattern. Our program's goal is to, of course, complete those work projects on trails that Natasha mentioned on the OSMP system. However, the Junior Ranger program is also a vessel through which we support youth development. Our program builds teams and individuals who are emotionally resilient and learn to work through challenges, all while also making that positive impact on their community. So for hiring this year, we received more applications than the last few years, almost 200, which was awesome. We were also able to offer 14 additional positions, so we're able to give this opportunity to even more people. We continue to partner with external organizations to reach new families and communities who wouldn't otherwise have heard about this program, and many of them decided to apply and participate this year. Our focus every year is to hire a diverse group of youth who are diverse in age, ability, prior program experience, race, ethnicity, background, and gender. So here you can see some of the progress we're making towards that goal. By adapting and expanding our hiring process, we're trying to work towards equitable hiring for youth of all backgrounds. We know that it is a long-term effort. It's a long-term process. And in our program report, which we'll have available later in 2022 when we're done reporting, we'll provide more detail about our hiring process and demographics and all that kind of stuff. But on this slide, I just pulled out specifically junior ranger demographic data for race and ethnicity from 2019 to 2022. So you can see kind of some of the progress we're making towards these big goals. And then these graphs don't include demographic data for our YSI Junior Ranger Partnership crew that I'm going to talk about right now. Here in some of these photos, you can see how much fun the YSI Junior Ranger crew had this year. It's a partnership between us and the Youth Services Initiative from the Parks and Recreation Department with the city. Our combined crew opened the Junior Ranger job opportunity to 20 more youth between the ages of 11 to 14, who are primarily from low-income housing communities in Boulder. That 11 to 14 age group is younger than our other crews who are aged 14 to 17. And that's an age group OSMB has been trying to reach and engage for several years, like that middle school age range. And that crew is actually a goal of our 20-year plan that we created back in 2018. So it's really exciting to see it come to fruition. Similar to our high school age crews, this YSI Junior Ranger crew worked on trail projects. They did environmental education. They engaged with the outdoors. They just worked shorter days since they're middle schoolers. And this new program had really incredible impact on youth. We saw them be challenged by work projects. They practiced their teamwork and listening skills. They expanded their comfort zones. They were able to learn what they were really capable of doing through these projects. So we're super thrilled to have done that this year and expand it next year as well. One last highlight, here's a work project that I'm really proud of what our crews accomplished this year on the Bear Peak West Ridge Trail that many people love and use every single day. It was becoming severely eroded in certain places. So Junior Ranger crews placed 75 log steps and 42 rocks in the trail, which took an incredible amount of time over 8 weeks and a ton of effort. This project improves sustainability of the trail and reduces the trail maintenance backlog in that area. And this project in particular, I was on site for a ton of days on this field project, and it provided really incredible leadership opportunities for a lot of junior rangers who could learn those technical skills involved in placing log steps and then share that information with their peers. So that's it for the trail crews. Next up, Melinda and Arian will give some highlights from the Youth Ranger crew.
All right. Hi, my name is Arian Hampel, and this is Melinda Markin. We are the park rangers that coordinate the Youth Ranger crew.
Next slide.
Great. So the Youth Ranger crew started in 2017, and it's an opportunity for our participants to engage in training that's related to natural resource management and customer service. We also give them the opportunity to explore career paths in conservation and ecology. And this really helps our participants build positive connections with rangers and with law enforcement.
So now I'll talk about some of the programs we do with the Youth Rangers. We teach them search and rescue because that is a big part of what we do as rangers. In these pictures, the Youth Rangers are learning to do a technical evacuation from NCAR with Rocky Mountain Rescue. We do work projects with the Youth Rangers, many of which are on open space property. In the picture on the right it's a photo of the Cowwood fire. Actually, the last few years we've taken our crew up to Cowwood and they've done fire restoration in the burn area. One of the highlights of the program is the wildlife ecology that we do. Ranger Burton Stoner does a bat ecology program and we do a night hike. We get to capture bats. It's really fun. We do bird banding with Oak Thorn and we bring in the Center for Snake Conservation to teach us about local reptiles. And this is a video of Connor releasing a yellow-headed blackbird after banding it. One of the programs we do is we teach the Youth Rangers how to fish. Sometimes they already know how to fish, but for those that don't, we teach them. And then we have them put together their own education program that they offer to the public, where they teach children how to fish at Sawhill Ponds. We have a lot of partners, which I'll come back to in a minute, but one of which is the Boulder Police Department. We take the youth rangers to the police department. They get a tour, they get to do fingerprinting, they meet with the drone team. And in the picture on the right, one of the participants is wearing the bomb suit, which weighs over 100 pounds. Our other partners include the CU Boulder Mountain Research Station. We have done interpretive trail building up there with them, and we also partner with the City of Boulder Wildland Fire Division. They teach the youth rangers about careers in wildland firefighting. And in 2022, we did a couple of new projects. So one of the things we did was an overnight trip to the CU Boulder Mountain Research Station. They did a work project on site, and then we spent the night in their facilities. While we were up there, we participated in a graduate research project. In the picture on the left, our two participants are holding little grasshoppers that they caught as part of a research project. And then we were there during their 100-year anniversary. So we also got to watch a research symposium presented by one of the CU Boulder professors. Another new project we did is farming at the Esoterra farm on the OSMP Hartnagel property. So we did all kinds of really fun farming projects. And we got to hear about the different types of uses of OSMP, including agriculture. Two other new programs include doing scientific research. So this year I led the youth rangers in a research project in the Flagstaff burn scar. So in 2012, Bear Peak West Ridge burned in the Flagstaff fire. So we came back 10 years later in a unique opportunity to measure forest regeneration. So we took measurements inside the burn scar and then in a control area outside of the burn scar. This year, we focused a lot on fires, partly because there's just been a lot of fires in the Boulder area lately. And so what we had our youth rangers do was they took what they learned from our fire programs and put together their own education program, which they then presented to the junior rangers. And in the picture on the right is a picture of three youth rangers presenting to the junior rangers. And our youth ranger program we found has really positive impacts on the participants. They build new skills such as getting their CPR and first aid certification. They learn search and rescue. They make friendships with each other. Like Arian said, they build relationships with adults and law enforcement officers. And over time, as we hear that when they come back from college, they tell us, oh, the youth ranger program is what helped me decide I want to go into emergency medicine. But I'd rather you hear from them. So we'll have our youth rangers talk in a minute. Last thing I wanted to mention is just that the impact we have on the youth rangers is part of what helped us win the 2021 Blue Grandma Award for Outstanding Visitor Engagement Program through COSA, the Colorado Open Space Alliance. So we're very proud of that. And then the last slide I have, oh, sorry, almost last slide. Arian has really designed this program to be very collaborative, and it's only gotten more so over the years. In 2022, this past year, we collaborated with 45 individuals from 22 different organizations. And this is the last slide. So here's a picture of our crew from 2022. So with that, Marley, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Melinda. Okay, so I'm just going to pass it right off to Niall, who is one of our junior rangers on a trail crew this year, and he's going to tell you about his experiences as a junior ranger.
Thank you, Marley. Hi, I'm Niall. I was part of the leadership crew of the Junior Rangers this year, and I think that the Junior Rangers program is fantastic. It allows youth to be outdoors, help improve the wilderness around them, while also learning skills like fundamental knowing how to apply for a job and things like that. But I think particularly the leadership crew provides incredible opportunities to learn skills that you otherwise wouldn't in the Junior Rangers program, and practice them far more than you'd be able to normally. I think that it's a really good opportunity for people to practice things that put them outside their comfort zone, such as public speaking and leading other people. One of the leadership opportunities that I got this last summer was we were doing a project where we were moving some dirt, and they put me in charge of a couple of the other junior rangers. And it's not usually something I'm comfortable with, is leading other people. I usually like just working and trying to get the job done myself. And so it kind of put me outside my comfort zone, but also allowed me to practice some skills that were very foreign to me and that I wasn't quite as comfortable in. And over the over the 4 weeks, I think that I really improved in that skill set, and it allowed me to really grow my ability as a leader outside of just leading by example. I think that it also is a fantastic way for youths to interact with other youths that are similar in terms of leadership, and to be able to be inspired by other people who are similarly mannered, and able to help each other lead and help each other learn how to be a better leader and to better encourage the people that they're working with.
Cool. Thanks so much, Niall. I'll pass it back to Arian and Melinda.
Hi, my name is Dana. I'm a senior at Fairview High School, and I was a youth ranger in 2021 and 2022, and it was awesome. I really wish you all could be 17 again so you could be a youth ranger. I applied for the program because I was really interested in the national parks and what rangers do, and it seemed like a great way to meet new people and make new friends. I really enjoyed this program because we were constantly learning new things on every subject under the sun, and we talked to so many knowledgeable people on their favorite subjects. It was super easy to get excited about topics I hadn't heard about before or couldn't really have cared about. Going into Youth Rangers, if you asked me about careers I was considering, being in the medical field wouldn't have even been in the top 50, but I was really fascinated about learning CPR and first aid, and I really love doing medical scenarios and search and rescue. I'm currently taking an emergency medical responder course at Boulder Tech, and I'm planning on studying medicine in college. I would never have considered that field if I hadn't been a youth ranger and spent a lot of time practicing those skills to make sure they really sunk in. I was really nervous the first time I did this because this position really focuses on building leadership. And at the time, I didn't really think of myself as a leader. I used this opportunity to step out of my comfort zone and build confidence. My first day, I sat down with someone who was sitting alone and I made a new friend. And later they told me that I made them feel welcome. And I was really surprised, and it gave me so much confidence that a conversation that was really awkward and uncomfortable for me meant so much to another person. When we were practicing medical scenarios this summer, I was the only person in my group who had done it before, so I helped lead them through a mock choking scenario. It was really uncomfortable to step in and direct people, but I think it was super helpful to my team. We were not perfect, and it took us a while to figure out who was going to call 911, which is always the first step in First Aid 101. I think we made it like step 3. And to get an AED, which was someone's lunchbox because we were in the woods. But we successfully revived our patient. It was a huge leap to put myself out there, but I would do it again because it was super fun and challenged me a lot. The Youth Ranger program means so much to me because it has given me so much confidence, 1,000 new hobbies and topics I want to learn more about, and I had so much fun. It is hands down the best way I could have spent my summer, and it has given me so many experiences that have given me a look into nature, the world of first responders and rangers, myself, and others. It has changed and opened my mind on so many subjects, and I am eternally grateful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sam Morgan. I'm a senior also at Fairview High School. Back in March, I was thinking about trying to get a summer job for my the summer before senior year. I was trying to think of something that would be more meaningful and impactful than getting a job at, say, King Soopers or a store in the retail industry. And after doing some research, I discovered this youth ranger program. And I looked at some of the stuff they did in 2021 and previous years, and I knew I had to apply because it really looked amazing. At the beginning of the program, I was a little intimidated to be working with the Rangers because their job just seemed so unimaginable almost. But by the end of the program, by June 30th, I was really kind of sad to be leaving the program and leaving them CU Mountain Research Station where we were on our last day. Some of the experiences and skills that I think that I benefited from most from the that were developed most in this program include the first aid and search and rescue knowledge that they developed, which I think is a really important skill for any person who's doing stuff outdoors and enjoying the natural environment around Boulder. The fire mitigation and conservation knowledge that we also did our environmental education talks on, and really got lots of good presentations from experts in the field and the rangers from their personal experiences. Also, the emergency response like procedures when you get to a site and set up a command center and work on responding to an emergency, and also leadership practice that others have talked about, coordinating with other people and getting work done in the field. A few of my favorite things that we did were the CPR certification day, the meeting the Flight for Life crew, which was super cool, visiting the sheriff's office with that super cool partnership, and staying at the CU Mountain Research Station at the end. One other aspect of the program that I also really thought was powerful was getting to know everyone involved in the program, whether it was the rangers or the crew lead, Fiona, or the other youth rangers, and building friendships and getting to know people that are interested in similar things and really have very interesting, fascinating jobs. I think the program overall was a really amazing chance to learn about conservation, the Boulder natural environment, how the rangers interact with it, and different careers involved in those fields. And leaving the program, I'm much more confident now that I want to go into a physical science career in college and have a science major, hopefully with a focus in conservation, because that's something that I feel passionate about, and this program helped to develop that passion. And in the future, I'd really like to keep enjoying the Boulder environment that the rangers help protect, and to possibly return in some aspect to help with the program. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Owen. I'm a sophomore at New Vista High School, and 2022 was my first year with the Youth Ranger program, although hopefully not my last. And it was just really, the whole program was really impactful for me. From the beginning, when I read the job description on the OSMP website, I was like, well, there's no way I'm going to get into this, but I have to try. And when I got in, it was just, it got better and better and better as we kept going along. We learned incredible new things, like anywhere from grasshopper thermoregulation and how to conduct studies on that, to how to shoot a dummy bear with a beanbag. And it was just really incredible to see how many opportunities for jobs, volunteering, or just anything, to be out in nature, learning things, teaching things, and just to do what I love and what I want to spend my life doing, and to get paid for that too. It was just incredible. And I met so many people who were also like me. They wanted to spend their lives outside, that it was amazing to realize that there are people in the world who think like you and are interested in the same things that you are. It was really, really powerful. And so everything we learned, I hope to use someday, except for CPR. And it's just amazing how much you can learn from talking to intelligent people who are passionate about things, and how it makes it's not work. Even though you're getting paid for it, it was an incredible experience that I really am amazed I had the opportunity to participate in, and to learn and teach and interact with people who are so passionate about the world and what they do. It was an incredible experience, and I hope to have it again. Thank you.
And Marley and Natasha, we will send it back to you.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions for any of us? we will open it up to questions.
I'll start off and just say thank you so much for everyone for presenting, and especially for our young members. I heard so much from all of you. I feel like I have so many questions. We could just do this for the entire meeting. It was really refreshing and lovely to hear all you guys share your experiences with us, and to see how much positive impact and from so many different areas that OSMP was able to provide for you guys. And I heard, I think almost everyone speak about leadership and what that means for them, and how that was stepping out of their own personal comfort zones for all of those different reasons. And I just want to say thank you so much for doing that for us as a community, and continue to do those things for yourself and your personal growth, and for our Boulder community as a whole. And I just want to share with you that one of my thoughts on leadership is, so many people, I think, tie leadership to personality and personality traits and how they lead. But I would like to put the argument out there that leadership really is having good ideas and being able to share those ideas with the masses, and being able to mold and ship those ideas in the detailing to be able to maximize the benefit that you're trying to get from it. So no matter how you lead, if you're doing so from a place where you're sharing good ideas, that is truly the foundation of what good leadership is. So thank you guys again. I'll be quiet for a minute and let someone else speak, and I'll probably pop back around with another question, even though I don't even think I asked a question, but I just wanted to give my thanks to you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
I'll jump in. I think I said this last year and the year before, but hearing reports of the Junior Ranger program every year is really heartwarming for me, as far as seeing how this whole program has developed and evolved over the years. It's really one of the, I think, the foundations of the Open Space and Mountain Parks program, and as Caroline said, it really provides a community focus, which I think is essential. I do have a couple of questions, though. One is on the climate crew. Can you, real briefly, I guess, Arian, maybe you tell us a little more about what that crew does, and a little more about it. And then also, if you can let us know how many participants there were this year in the program, I think that would be great. And then the third thing is, the temperatures this summer were pretty warm, and I know the board was concerned about all the outdoor field work going on. So I would like if you could take just a minute or two and kind of explain to us, what actions were taken to make sure that, everyone that was participating in the Junior Ranger program stayed healthy and safe.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I'll handle the safety one first, since that's the most important, even though we love talking about climate. Yeah, temperatures were really hot this year, and actually last year was really hot as well. What was tricky about both of them is that it was hot early in the season. So I don't know, all of you, if as you were hiking and exercising outdoors, you notice it more when you get those 90-degree days in June versus in July. We actually have some Junior Rangers who pick which session they want to go in based on the weather. So typically we have more people who apply for our June sessions because it's typically cooler. And then this year it was super hot. So we do require breaks, really frequent breaks. We carry water out into the field. We have shade tents that we deploy into areas that don't have as much shade. We take that super, super seriously, and take any kind of signs of heat stress seriously, and even remove people from the field if we think that they're going down the wrong path. So we have a lot of support staff, so Marley and I, but then also several other supervisor types that we can go out to the field to bring people back to the cool air. So it's always on our minds. We're monitoring temperatures, we're monitoring heat index, we're monitoring all of that every single day. And I'll pass it to Marley for climate.
Yeah, was your question about the climate crew that I mentioned with like the leadership crew and our other
Yes.
pilots? Awesome. Yeah. So the climate crew is actually one of our, as part of our like 10-year plan for junior rangers, we have specialized crews that we're hoping to develop and like create those more specialized paths. So Niall talked about the leadership crew. The climate crew is another one of those. It actually started last year, but this year we were really able to like expand it and enhance it. So it was 2 crews, 1 crew first session and 1 crew second session, and they used devices that we that are called kestrels, and they basically came up with their own hypothesis and question about microclimates in Boulder, and they placed, I think it was 6 kestrels out on OSMP land in places where they were working on work projects, and then collected data every other week from those kestrels and then analyzed it at the end of the summer. So we actually they wrote like a 10-page report, created a whole presentation, basically gave them a chance to be really hands-on with that scientific research process and also see the impacts of the climate changing on the land that they were working on every day. And they did all this in addition to doing trail work for like 5 hours a day. So, yeah.
Great. And then my other question was, how many total participants were there?
For that or in general?
No, Janelle, this may be for you as far as the whole program was concerned.
The whole program is 112 participants from the youth ranger crew plus all of our trail crews. And then that's 112. And then our YSI junior ranger partnership that I mentioned, that was an additional 20 people. So actually it's 132 total.
And if you want to count the whole history of junior rangers, it's in like the 4,000s.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Last year, I asked a lot of questions about your ethnic diversity, and I was just tickled pink with the graphs that you presented this year, showing the increase year after year in the diversity of the population that you're attracting. And I know it takes a lot of work, but I think it's time well spent, and thank you for that.
No pressure, but if any of our young folks, Niall, Dana, Sam, and Owen would like to answer this question, they're still around. I would like to know if, they're looking back at their summer, what are they most proud of about their summer and their experience, if they could name one thing?
Different from what I previously talked about, that we were talking about the Bear Peak trailhead where we were putting in steps, and so we were doing steps one day, and me and my partner had finished a little early, but we weren't quite sure whether or not it was enough time to put in another step, but we were like, hopefully we have enough time, we're just going to start and we'll try to do it. And so we started doing the step, and we just did it so quickly, and we had it done in like 43 minutes, I think, which I was very, very proud of.
That's a single step that a lot of people will step on. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say for me, I think Melinda may have touched on this, but we participated in some forest restoration at the Calwood Fire, which involved planting multiple different species of trees, shrubs, grasses, and it really felt great to come away from that project and be able to look at that work we did and see that this like one hillside will probably be better for the several hours that we put into that. And it was really great to feel like we were giving back and trying to do something to help at least mitigate the damage done to our community by these massive fires that have had such an impact on our lives.
I think I was definitely most proud of helping to lead a medical scenario. The first time I did this, I watched someone else do it, and I was part of their team and they helped direct me. And I really admired how they did it. And I really wanted a chance to do that this year. And I jumped in and took the opportunity to do it when I got it, which is something that I struggle with a bit. So I'm very proud that I went for it and I did okay.
Great. John, did you have any questions?
No, thanks so much for the presentation. This is a really inspiring program. It was great to see. I spent a lot of time, outside in the wild and the Boy Scouts when I was growing up, and it had a huge impact on me personally, I know. And it's great to see kids out there doing this stuff. So thank you for all the work you're doing.
Do all the kids get to do the CPR and first aid? Is that across the board?
That's something we do with our youth rangers. So that's just the 12 participants in the youth ranger crew.
And and so did that not include the leadership crew?
Right. So the youth rangers are separate from the junior rangers. The junior rangers are trail based, but there's also the specialty crews like the leadership crew and the climate crew. But there's still, that's Natasha and Marley's realm. The youth rangers with us do ranger activities, which includes the CPR and first aid.
Okay, got it. And then have you guys done the Flight for Life crew previously in the past, or was this the first time they were able to come?
We've done it every year since 2017.
Because it seemed like all of the kids really enjoyed the medical aspect of the programs.
Yeah, we've been fortunate. That's a running theme every year.
And are the Flight for Life crew, have they been able to come to like the first session and the second, or one time is?
Yeah, so right now with the youth rangers, we're only doing one session. We can talk in the future about doing more than one, but right now it's just a 4-week session. And so, yeah, we just have them come that one session.
Thank you.
Before we let you guys go, and thanks again, that was great. You've mentioned some reports. Are we, the board, going to get a copy of your yearly summary report? And if there are other kind of specific reports, are they going to be online, or will we be able to get copies of those? We'd like to kind of see what the results of all of this effort have been this year, and it sounds very intriguing.
Yes, absolutely. They are all of our past year kind of year-end reports. So Arian, Melinda, Marley, and I all kind of collaborate to do one year-end report. They're all on our website from past years, and this year's will be up there too. But we can also send it to Leah to send to you all.
Great.
Great. Thank you very much to all of you. And congratulations on your continuing progress in developing the programs that you obviously enjoy and do a great job at.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you,
Thank
board.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes. And as usual, I'd like to do this page by page. So if you'll take a look at page 1 of your minutes for the August 10th meeting. Does anybody have any suggestions for revision or correction? Doesn't look like it. Okay, how about on page 2?
I think you're just rocking it, Leah.
There's one other thing under the first paragraph of agenda item 5 that I'd like to add that we discussed, which was the use of OSMP parking for non-open space purposes. So if you could just add that in this string of things that we asked about and discussed. The use of OSMP parking for non-open space purposes. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, how about a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll
I still
move.
move.
Oh, okay. I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the August 10th minutes as revised. Although, oh, I guess we have to do this by hand again. A roll call vote. Caroline,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. So we have unanimous approval. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment. And since there are no other items on the agenda that allow for a hearing, this is the opportunity for members of the public to make comment about the work of OSMP. And if you have not yet signed up for public comment, if you'd either write in the chat that you want to speak or raise your hand using the hand raise function, we'll put you in the list of people who want to comment during this public comment period. And Laurel, are you the one that has the rules for public comment, the guidelines?
I think it's the only guideline I have is that we're only doing audio testimony, no cameras, and you get 3 minutes. Does that sound right?
Sounds good. And do you have a list of people who have signed up?
Leah, I think, mentioned that we had Alan Delamere here that he had signed up ahead of time, and I believe he also has a presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Alan's the only one that signed up in advance, Karen, and then I saw at least one person had raised their hand to speak so far.
Great. Okay. Alan, it sounds like you're the first up for 3 minutes of public comment. And Leah, before we start the timer, do you want to put up his presentation?
I suppose I should share my screen before putting up the presentation. Sorry. Hang on just 1 second.
There you go.
Okay, excellent. So as most of you know, I've been taking this firefighting pretty damn seriously, and I put a lot of time in this year. I was really happy when Dan assigned John Porter, a senior manager, to put together a plan. So now next slide, we get to where I'm really at. I'm really scared. We don't have a plan. The Marshall and Paradise fires showed organizational chaos. I don't know whether you saw the PBS program last week on Paradise, but as I watched that, I got shivers down my spine because people were talking about the difficulties that they had. And I strongly recommend everybody go to that site and have a look at it. Now, if we'd had a high wind when we had the Sunshine Fire, it would have destroyed Knollwood and leapt into West Boulder. Next slide. Really good news. You know, it's always nice to have good news. Our wildfire fighting plan really worked for the NCAR and Sunshine fires. So that really makes us feel fairly complacent, if you like. Technology exists for fighting fires efficiently in high winds. And this is something that I found out. I dug into it. And there's this thing called a Firehawk helicopter. And if it has a thermal IR camera on it, it can drop 200 gallons on a hotspot, zip back to a lake and refill in minutes. So this technology is exactly what we need for fighting open space fires. And we've got more technology for early detection using thermal IR cameras from fixed stations, and that's something that I've presented to you in the past. And of course, with any airborne vehicles. Next one. So the bad news is it will cost. And the three areas that need to be looked at from a cost analysis viewpoint. The first thing I call information, personnel, and equipment and facilities. Next slide. So the requirements that I feel we really need is to be able to detect a 1 meter sized fire on open space mountain parks and adjacent lands and extinguish that fire in 10 minutes after it's been detected. So I'm left with the first question, is that possible? And there's more to be done to come up with answers to that. Next one. Okay, from an information viewpoint, we need a fire command center to collect and analyze data and call for action. We can get excellent weather forecasts from the people here in Boulder on wind and humidity, and we want it for about the next hour. At CSU, there's a satellite data system which takes data from orbiting satellites that pass over Colorado, and they can suck data from that. It actually gets downloaded in Fairbanks, and then it gets fed down to CSU, and we can get maps associated with the fuel load on the ground. And of course, we'll have our rangers calling in. We can have manned helicopter data and unmanned helicopters and drone data, and of course, fixed IR. So we've got lots of data, and it has to be converted into an actual information. Next
I
one.
beg your pardon, Alan, but I just wanted to let you know that your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, okay. Well, my 3 minutes is up. Well, you can always read the rest of it, but let's go down to my conclusions, if you don't mind. I would recommend we have an hour session on this because this is non-trivial. People are very happy that the city has put money into the budget, but it's only for a few extra people. And that's not going to solve our problem. We need a very serious proposal with an outline of the proposed plan and cost estimates. Paradise, they created a 3-inch manual, and they knew their roads were too narrow when they wrote that manual, but they couldn't find the money to do anything with it, so they did nothing. So that's the bottom line, is that we do need to have a solid plan. And I'm really disappointed that the best John Porter has been able to offer is next February. He may have his report finished. Now, I shared my section of that to you. And I hope, Dan, that you and I can meet in the next day or so and go through some of these issues. Karen, you're muted.
Thanks, Alan. Would you please email the rest of your report to OSBT?
I did do. I sent the section on firefighting and above and all these slides. So it should be in your inbox somewhere.
Yeah, Karen, I believe it came in today. So
yeah. Oh, after I closed down,
you might have, yeah.
I had appointments this afternoon, so I haven't
Okay.
seen emails from this afternoon. Thanks, Alan. And who's next? Leah or Laurel? Somebody said there was someone else that indicated a desire to speak.
I think I saw, Karen, there was a hand raised, but I'm not sure if I still see it. Laurel, do you see any hands?
I
And if
do
not,
not.
people are welcome.
Oh,
Oh, there's Lynn.
there's
Okay.
Okay, Laurel, when you're ready to start the 3-minute timer, would you let Lynn know so that she can proceed?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yes, please proceed.
This is so easy to unmute myself. It's like so simple. And thank you so much for the participants list. You know, I go to Landmarks board meeting and there is no participants list. And they say they're doing a different Zoom format, probably because I used rename to tell them what to do and they didn't like that, but they won't tell me what they really changed the Zoom format for. But in any case, they said to be consistent with other city business. Well, these meetings are so inconsistent. And thank you so much, OSBT, for being considerate of these things. And I was amazed with the Junior Rangers. They are fabulous. That group is just so delightful. I'm so glad that we have that here in Boulder. But we need funds, and we need funds for Alan's thing of the fire, for thermal cameras, for all of this stuff. And we're not going to have those funds if we do CU South. And if we give away our open space at CU South, if we do that, we're toast. That's the end. That's the end of Boulder. This is seriously a huge thing coming up. And it's so ironic. I was looking at throwing away some signs, old ones on abortion and stuff. And there's one, vote yes. Thank goodness it says vote yes. Let voters decide on CU South annexation. This is from years ago. We got bamboozled with that. Sam Weaver added again after 3/11. A firefighter, Sam Weaver, a firefighter, put 3/11, 7 city subsidies. He was the swing vote. He pushed everybody about that. He was planning board, council, mayor, then as if it wasn't enough, he made an agreement with Excel Energy. And then as if that was not enough, he's got to do CU South. It's stunning what the power of just one individual in this community can do. And the impact of that, open space has so much deficit, and I'm sure a lot goes into the Junior Ranger program. And I want, what I want from open space is let's have some workshops, something where there's one-to-one. Sarah Huntley always says there's dialogue. No, there's no dialogue here. I'm talking to, from a black video window, and I'm talking, and it's one way. That's not dialogue. And most things in life, and I'm 69 years old, so I discover this as I get older, are iterative. Iterative means back and forth. And I don't hear this. This is not happening with the city. There's so many experts here from CU.
Thank you,
CU is a
Lynn.
great
Just
place.
so you know, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, let me finish my sentence. CU's great, but it's not that great. It's better, not bigger, like Eben Fodor said through Al Bartlett, and we need to constrain things here. So thanks so much. You're doing a great job, and I appreciate it. And I hope you appreciate my compliments for once on your process for the meetings.
Thanks, Lynn. And now we're going to turn back to the board for matters from the board. We have 3 different things that I want to ask if there are comments or questions on. First, does anyone have any comments or questions on the public hearing comments? I mean the public comments.
Karen, if I could just chime in for a quick second. Alan is right. We are planning to come in Q1 with a pretty comprehensive report and update and discussion with you all about wildland fire program here at OSMP, and touching a little bit about how it connects to the citywide wildland fire program. So we look forward to coming back with that. I guess Alan is technically right that there is no final approved plan, but I think most of you know that we've been hard at work collaborating with fire and rescue staff, putting all of our minds together who are involved in wildland fire, and developing a enhanced collaboration around wildland fire, and in which dozens of proposed actions have been put forward. Those have begun to be reviewed by city leadership. A number of them have been sort of green lighted, and in which we ask for staff to prioritize them and start programming them in. And these are additional actions to what we are already currently doing. And I think most of you know through our updates with our forestry and vegetation program and the April 26th meeting we had with the council, that there's already a lot of existing work that's doing. So a lot of enhancements, and we really look forward to coming back to this body and talking about some of the enhanced work that's going to be planned for 2023 and summarizing some of the enhanced work that is taking place this year. So look forward to that.
Thanks, Dan. Any other comments or questions on the public comment period items? Okay, then I'd like to go on to the information item in your packet about the North Trail Study Area implementation. And the third area for this heading has to do with the Fort Chambers information item, and we're going to hold questions and comments about that until later on in the agenda so that we can address that in collaboration with the director's updates about Fort Chambers and the work with tribal members. So let's go to the information item on the North Trail Study Area and any comments or questions you have stemming from that. It's item A under written information. Dave?
Yeah, thanks. I have a couple of comments that probably will evolve into questions. And that is, I think the memo was fine and was very helpful, informative as far as, the efforts on restoring riparian areas and what's anticipated to do that for the many ephemeral streams that bisect West Beach and the North Sky Trail. However, my concern is that the memo seemed, when it said associated restoration, I think that there are far more restoration priorities than just the riparian areas. And I guess I'll make a question as part of the comment. Are we intending to come back to the board with more information on protecting and restoring the rare plants habitat and high quality upland grassland habitat as far as the trail project is concerned? And specifically on the Fisaria, the Bell's Twin Pod occurrences that occur along the railroad grade that is now proposed to be part of the trail. How are we intending to maintain and protect, or hopefully restore some of those? So I think the restoration component of this project is only partially presented in this memo, and I'm hoping that we can get more information on what the department is planning on doing as far as the rest of the restoration priorities. So if anyone would like to speak to that, I would be delighted.
Heather, would you like to comment
Sure.
on that? Or,
Yeah,
or would you like to toss it off to another staff member?
You saw me pop in though. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be happy to comment on that, Dave. So a couple of things going on there. One is the area around the North Sky Trail in particular, a lot of the upland habitat is in pretty good shape. And so really a lot of the efforts that have gone into the planning there is avoiding those rare plant communities. So specifically with the Bell's Twin Pod, I think the trail alignments have been planned such that there's only a small handful of individuals that will be impacted by the trail construction and the trail's placement. And so largely it was avoidance. The few that will be impacted, we're definitely going to make efforts to transplant. That's not something that is often all that successful. So we will have to see how that goes, but we'll certainly make efforts to salvage those individuals and transplant them. And then as far as restoration, you were talking about of parts of the railroad grade that won't be used or adjacent areas or other upland areas. We'll use fairly typical trail restoration techniques there, but one caveat to that is that although
trail restoration often includes seeding and will in a lot of places here. We don't want to seed in the shale barren communities because those, are very unique habitat, and introducing additional species there is really not helpful. So that will largely be, again, trying to avoid that habitat to the degree possible, and then protecting it from things like invasion by weeds as we move forward. So a lot of the restoration in the uplands really centers around weed control. And so there's a fairly comprehensive plan that Kelly Ewing and others are working on as far as weed control before the trail construction project begins, and then follow up afterwards. And then seeding will certainly happen in some areas, but that's going to be kind of determined as we go, depending on what the conditions look like, the moisture in any given year. And, Lynn Riedel will really be heading up those efforts to identify where and how much and what seed mixes make sense. So that's largely what's going to be happening. There are some places in that area, especially adjacent to Joder, where there was some pretty substantial disturbance in the past from the facilities that were there. And so that will involve far more substantial restoration. So earthwork to regrade the area and make it more meet with the topography that would have been there to begin with. And that will then include probably substantial seeding and long-term weed control. So those will be some larger scale projects, not necessarily tied directly to the trail, but certainly as part of the overall plan for the area.
So thanks for that. I had anticipated that or hoped that would be the response. So thanks. So is there a plan, or a plan is being developed to help me understand kind of where we are on the specific, management details regarding that project? And I think what you just said would be helpful to include if we're presenting any kind of restoration plan or information to the public, to have, the full spectrum of the restoration efforts. And if those are outlined or defined in a plan, then to, reference that source of information so people can understand kind of what the whole project actually entails.
Sure. And Dan, we can certainly talk about it, but I'm sure that Lynn Riedel and Megan Bose and others would be more than happy to put some of the details down so that that's available and easy for people to reference.
Yeah, and Heather, there's probably likely going to be future updates on the project. And I just made a note that when we do that, to also include some of the details you iterated in future memos that might be put out to the board. So I've made that note as well.
Great.
Thank you very much, both you, Dan and Heather. I appreciate that. The other comment or question I had is regarding the status of the HCA designation for that area, West Beach. And that is, from my reading of the memo, it wasn't especially clear as far as timing. And I think it's certainly desirable to make sure that it's very clear that before the trail is open to the public, the area will be designated a habitat conservation area. The language in the memo, I don't know, said something about generally coincide, but from my perspective, we ought to be very clear that there should be no expectation that there's public access until that decision has been made.
Yeah, Dave, and you and I had a chance to talk a little bit about this. So generally, the exact timing of when the ordinance would be in place is obviously not known. So using the word generally, but the HCA will be in place at the time that the trail is opened. It is possible that it could happen before, but there's just a lot of work to do. And because there's also a no off-trail permit situation that would be put in place in here too, we just have to do some more work about the relationship between the HCA ordinance that council will end up adopting and then the no off-trail permit requirement. and how that coincides and whether it's tethered or not. But basically, I think what you're interested in is, yes, the HCA would be put in place at the time that the trail is opened.
Great, thanks.
Dan, since you've touched on this just now already, could I ask about the on-trail requirement? And the memo mentions enforcing it. Can you just say a bit more about what it is that staff has in mind to make the on-trail requirement enforceable?
Well, sure. I mean, the details of the enhanced ranger patrol that we might ask for to coincide with the opening of the trail, some of the monitoring details, the exact details of monitoring enforcement are obviously things over the next 12 to 18 months that staff's going to be working on. And I think we outlined that in the schedule, especially as it relates to monitoring. That's some of the detailed discussions of what that looks like is forthcoming. But there is a commitment, obviously, that when we would put new ordinance, enacting a new HCA, and then having this one be a little bit heightened in the fact that there is the on-trail requirement, it will definitely require a little bit of a plan of working with rangers, working with outreach staff, working with outreach rangers, of doing some education work out there, working with the public who are using these areas maybe for the first time. But exactly what that looks like, that'll be something that we'll need to be developing over the course of the next 18 months.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, it looked like you were about ready to ask a question. No?
Oh, no, I was just curious about like, what's the differences in the dot and the matrix of the HCA closure and implementation versus like it's actually activated. So I guess there has to be, and I think we're going to talk about the HCA designation process during our retreat.
Yeah, we're gonna, staff will provide, a 10, 15-minute presentation on management area designations in which a habitat conservation is one of these designations. And then we'll also be able to provide you a little bit more background on what are the steps it takes to actually formalize an HCA. And that is one of the management area designations that does require formal council action in the form of an ordinance. So there's a little bit more planning work and a little bit more steps involved of preparing sort of to get that ordinance in place and then seeking council action on that ordinance. So unlike some of the other management area designations, such as passive recreation or agriculture or natural area, habitat conservation area is a little bit of an enhanced action and takes a little bit more staff effort and obviously involves council in the end.
And is that sometimes done, and what is that procedure where it's in the packet and they don't have to, they could call it up?
It could be done through what is called a consent agenda.
But that's it, yeah.
And we work with the council, the CAC, Council Advisory Committee, when they're putting together the agenda of what is council's preference of how it should be brought forward. But there certainly would be a robust memo associated with it. There'll be the draft and final language of the ordinance for it. There'll be maps associated with what the HCA and sort of a legal description survey of the HCA area. So, and that will be all put together as part of a memo package that council would receive.
Okay, thank you.
I have two relatively quick questions. And I don't know whether they're for Heather or Dan or another staff member. But under the trail detailed design, it describes the area that has been selected for crossing Schneider Draw as a low gradient area. And in some of the places in the open space system where it's relatively easy to go down the creek bank or across a creek bed, that happens. And one of the places that immediately comes to mind is the Homestead Trail, where people and dogs go off trail down into the creek bed and around. And I'm wondering what is planned to make sure that where the high quality riparian area is crossed by the trail, we don't damage that habitat by people trying to go down into the draw.
Yeah, I see Heather popped in and Casey French, who sort of led some of the collaborative discussions over the last 2 or 3 years with our resource experts and aligning that alignment in Schneider Jaw. I certainly welcome her comment, but I'll just say from a process standpoint, not technically your question, so I'll leave that to Heather or Casey. Just the process we used for the Schneider Jaw area was many meetings of getting our resource experts
I can tell
together
that.
and then also having our trails folks there to make sure it's a sustainable alignment and to avoid folks temptation to go off trail. So trying to design an alignment that will keep people on trail is really key. But we did emphasize and prioritize ecological features in that area as far as where we wanted to end up landing the trail. So that's overall the process stuff. But in terms of your technical question, I don't know, Heather,
Given the difficulty of getting people to stay on trail, how do you get them to stay on trail?
Well, there's going to be the on-trail environment in the area, so that will help. Yes, and a low gradient area. I'm really referred to like the length of bridge we were looking at, because we are kind of spanning that. So I think that even though it is kind of a low gradient crossing, the bridge span and design will also help with that. In terms of, it's spanning the draw. And am I cutting out? Oh, okay. I'm having some audio issues right now.
I think there's something with Karen's microphone. I don't know, Leah, do you agree with that?
Karen, I think it's on your end. If you don't mind just muting in between, I can't quite tell, but I think that might be right.
Yeah. And as far as the other real design details about the actual bridge alignment and the trail, I would have to refer to trail staff or Chad or to talk about some of the more precise design elements to keep folks there. But we did consider that crossing, but mostly in regards to the best place for the ecological crossing.
And I would just quickly add that, I think along with the trails project certainly is going to be a package of fencing that goes along with that. And we haven't really gotten into the fine details of that. So, that may be one area where we identify that that's a useful place to use that. I would also say that, Schneider Draw down where we're going to be crossing it is still somewhat incised post-flood and, is fairly shrubby. So it's not a particularly attractive place to travel down into the drainage itself. It's certainly easy to travel along the upper banks of it. But as far as people getting down and traveling up or down the drainage from that point, I don't think that would be very inviting or very easy to do.
I'm not really worried about going up or down the drainage. I'm worried about the kinds of places all over the system where you can see people leaving the trail to go down into the draw or drainage. And by your head nods, I understand that you get it, that it's not an unusual behavior for open space users.
Yeah.
Chad, you want to add something?
Yeah, and maybe just a tiny bit. I'll try to keep it brief. Yes, it is a challenge across our system for sure. And also just to kind of share that we're still pursuing the final design, so those kind of ideas between the actual bridge design and then like what Heather was saying is like incorporating fencing, in conjunction with the bridge that we select for final design, that can all help the situation. Still may not cure it, but undesirable to walk down, fencing, bridge design, that all kind of adds to it. And we'll also be monitoring situations like that, and and keep that in mind, post construction also. So those are just some other factors to add to it.
Thanks. I appreciate that you're on the case and that I can look for fencing and all sorts of other things to control behavior, because it's a really bad behavioral trait of open space users. The other quick question that I have has to do with the Joder area restoration. And I have heard from more than one of our lessees that the agricultural community very much appreciates the housing that has been made available for agricultural workers in the Joder area. And I'm not familiar with all the details of all the structures there, but I've heard ag folks talk about the cabins on Joder. They describe them as older structures, so I don't think they're either the house that's further up or the place across from the Quonset hut that has been used for housing for years now. What can you tell me about the two cabins on the property and their disposition?
Karen, I'm not entirely sure which cabins you're referring to, but I can kind of go through the structures that are on the property. So the cock house.
Sorry, Casey, could you go through the structures that are going to be left as opposed to the ones that are going to be taken out that are itemized in the memo?
Sure. So the Cox house right now will likely be left. We are making sure we can continue using that for either volunteer or other housing as we're currently using it. We have some, just to make sure we're compliant with Boulder County, so we want to make sure we can continue using that. So if that pans out, we will keep that structure. We're also keeping all of the structures related to the Daigle farm. That's the one that is actively leased, that was just relatively recently renovated. So that is kind of on the highway. That farm and all of those outbuildings. That one has like the big W, that barn. It's often referred to as the Wright barn, although it's actually associated with the Daigle lease and property. So those are
are you saying Daigle with a D?
Yes. So those are the structures that would remain.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions about the North TSA information? Okay, thank you very much, staff, and we'll look forward to additional information as this goes on. Dave and Michelle have an update on the OSBT retreat, and we all have a draft agenda in our packet. So if you can turn to that, and Dave and Michelle, I'll turn it over to you.
Karen, if I could just make one more comment on matters before we get into the retreat, I would appreciate it. And that is, and Heather, I'm glad you're still here. I was out on the High Plains Trail a couple of weeks ago, and certainly saw the prairie dog relocation efforts that are underway out there. And I've got to tell you, I'm very concerned about the impacts from those efforts. And my question is, are we sure that the techniques that we're using, which involve heavy equipment, and it looks like a lot of vehicular access and maneuverability, are essential for us to successfully relocate prairie dogs? Because the impacts, I wouldn't call it a totally pristine grassland, but basically, pretty undisturbed grassland. The disturbance factor, I think, is getting pretty high. And the mounds that are used for the relocation sites are are, you know, obviously highly disturbed. They're bare soil. There are a lot of 2 tracks that are around. And anyway, my question is, can we evaluate the success and appropriateness of those kinds of efforts as opposed to what other options might be suitable for successful prairie dog relocations?
Sure. So, the current techniques that are used are largely coming out of the Prairie Dog Working Group and the recommendations that came from that group. Nest boxes are a very common technique used for prairie dog relocations, but in the past we had used those in the late 90s, I believe, and then moved away from them due to the level of disturbance. And use some other techniques with mixed results, but certainly some successes as well, that were less impactful and required disturbing smaller areas of ground. So I agree with you. The impacts of digging untilled prairie are very real. And we're doing what we can to minimize those. So instead of what's sort of typical of using a backhoe to excavate for nest boxes, we're using a mini excavator. We've also experimented with using an auger, and it turns out that the mini excavator actually has a smaller footprint. Piling the spoils on a tarp and then putting them back into the disturbed area so the surrounding grass isn't as impacted. But there certainly is a footprint for each one of those nest boxes. And the ones that we put in last year were seeded and raked after the relocation was complete. And given the extremely dry spring that we had, that seeding was not very successful. So it probably looks rougher than it would if we'd had a higher seeding success, which hopefully we will in future years. But I definitely hear you that it's, and I agree with you that it's a high impact thing to do. And, that's sort of one of the trade-offs that we have with moving prairie dogs around the landscape. It's an intensive thing to undertake. And there may be other relocation options that we could explore, and we could certainly talk about whether there's an opportunity to revisit some of those Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations that City Council accepted, and look at some other options. But for now, that's the direction that we have for undertaking the relocations. But we are doing as much as we can to minimize the footprint, and then hopefully get some restoration afterwards. And on the 2 tracks, so relocations are kind of a funny thing because there's a lot that happens, and it seems like you just sort of walk out and let a prairie dog go. But even once the nest box is completely installed, they're sometimes taking, on some days, hundreds of prairie dogs out to release in cages, and then going back to feed them for several days while they're caged in and can't move around to forage. So there's a lot of access that's required. We did move this year to requiring the relocators to have a staging area much closer to the highway and the trail than they have in past years. And from there, they are only using a UTV to access, which hopefully should result in a lot less compaction, a lot less vegetation damage. They have been traveling on what has always been a 2-track that's been used by lessees as well as to access some of the utilities that run through that area. So we're focusing on previously disturbed areas, but certainly, there are a lot of trips that happen in the process of a relocation. So that's a similar situation where once the relocation's done, and this year is likely the last year that we will be relocating to Wanaka, we'll have Lynn Riedel and Megan Bowes and Kelly Ewing out there looking at weeds and compaction and seeding needs and whatever we can do to try and recover some of that area. So I think hopefully if you go back in a year or 2, it will look substantially different than it does now. Like anything that requires quite a bit of disturbance, it definitely looks pretty rough while it's in process. And hopefully long-term with some regular moisture, which we don't have a lot of control over, we can get some seeding established and keep weeds from moving in and hopefully help support those areas to recover better than they did this past year.
Great. Well, thanks for that. I think that we're going to get an update on the whole relocation effort in December, and then I know that we're tentatively planning a public meeting in January on prairie dog relocation efforts. I am hopeful that as part of both of those discussions that perhaps we can, assess how successful, our current techniques are, and hopefully review some options that, we might consider in the future to, minimize impacts as much as possible.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think it's a good opportunity to do that. It'll probably actually be a public meeting in December, followed by follow-up with the board in January or February. So just reversed. But, I think we're at a place where we will have been implementing the kind of new push for relocating prairie dogs off of agricultural lands for several years. And it's a good time to sort of take stock, see where we're at, see if there are any course corrections or, new directions that we want to go at this point. So I think certainly looking at the actual techniques that are used for relocations makes good sense as well.
Great. Thanks.
I appreciate your comments, Heather. And just a sec. I just want to add that the lessees up north have been very delighted with the progress on the prairie dog reintroduction. But when I heard from ranchers who are lessees about the two tracks and they had observed destruction down in the southern grasslands, I know that it's not just an ecological, biological perception, but it's a rancher perception about loss of grasslands. So that to me underscores the concern. And I think, as Dave and you have said, before we move to another high quality grassland area in the southern part of the system, we really need to look at the procedures that are used. So thanks for trying to make it as least impactful as you can. And we'll look forward to the bigger discussion.
Yeah, and just to colloquy off of that, thank you for the comments, Dave, because I think that in just speaking about these things, this is where we can all kind of log it into whatever filing cabinet in our brain to see how these changes over the next 5, 10, 20 years are going to impact. If we now realize that reseeding implementations and strategies are probably not going to be, what they were 10 years ago and things like that moving forward. So putting all those questions out there are great, because then the people corresponding in those sections are able to kind of think about those things moving forward to make better plans. But that's another one of those great examples of what we used to do and the way we might need to reframe our system because of, like you said, things that we can't completely control, like the weather. So thank you.
In Karen's absence, I'll jump in. And Michelle, I think if you're ready, we'll go. Let me just say a couple of things real quickly on the retreat agenda draft that's in the packet. Michelle, Dan, and I have met several times to kind of discuss the agenda for the retreat and go over specific topics and that sort of thing. So what we have right now that's in the packet is kind of what we've termed the bare bones agenda. And I think the conversation that we would like to have tonight is, do we have any flesh that we want to add to this, which will both give us more direction as far as where we'd like the conversation to focus, as well as perhaps some sideboards to make sure that that occurs. And also, if there are questions about any of the topics or suggestions, that we have a chance to discuss those and then include them in the final agenda, which we will send out several days prior to the retreat.
Dave, one other thing I would add to that is we were hoping that we might get some volunteers to facilitate some of the individual topics.
Right.
And
so yeah, Michelle and I will kind of be the overseers of the, of the sessions, but we would like to have council members, if they would like to and are interested, to take the lead role in kind of shepherding the discussion. And we'll just provide kind of the umbrella of the administrative process to make sure that we keep moving through the agenda. So if you're interested in any of the topics, let us know tonight, and we'll make sure that we get back with you and go over specifically what you'd like to do as far as leading those discussions.
I'm interested in all the topics, and I think you've done a great job putting together the agenda.
Above draft agenda, before we move to the agenda, there are 2 sentences.
Oh.
If you look at those 2 sentences, am I reading it right that I see it saying 2 different things for the trustees?
Yeah, you have a choice of either coming in person or virtually.
Ah.
Right. And the
public can be there virtually.
Right. The reason for that is at one point, Michelle was not going to be able to attend the meeting in person, and so she was going to join us virtually, but her schedule has changed so that now all the board can meet in person, but the public will still be virtual. It's kind of the hybrid, I guess, Dan, the hybrid meeting format that we're looking at to see how effective that works, actually.
I want to add that I think, Michelle, the idea of facilitators and spreading that responsibility out is a good one. I'd be happy to do the natural values item if you're looking for specific volunteers. And would other people be willing to step up and facilitate the habitat conservation area designation one, and the OSBT role, and the board staff relations one?
Are there any that Michelle or Dave wanted for themselves in the creation of this? Was there one that they preferred to lead?
I was going to volunteer for the OSBT role.
Okay.
Part of it.
And I was going to volunteer for the habitat conservation and new property designation topic, which is the second one for the morning.
Okay. So that leaves board and staff relationships.
I changed my mind. I wanted to volunteer for lunch. No, I'm joking.
Or recess.
Yeah, there we go.
I had Caroline, you and John kind of collaborating on the board and staff relationships topic, because both of you, I think, expressed interest in various aspects of that relatively recently. That doesn't mean that you have to do it or say yes, but I thought perhaps that's a topic that you might like to help the discussion, lead the discussion.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And John and I really haven't gotten to speak very much since his time on the board. So the collaboration, to lead more collaboration, I like it. So for me, that works.
Yeah, I would be happy to. I was going to volunteer to sit out since there are only 4 and I'm new and, watch and learn, but I'm happy to pair up and take it on as well.
Great.
Good matchmaking there. I like it.
So that we will make those additions. And then I think as we get closer to the retreat time, which will probably be next week, actually, Michelle and or I will get with each of you and kind of make sure that everyone's comfortable with the discussion format and kind of direction and that sort of thing, so that Michelle and I can kind of set the stage, and then you jump in and take the lead on the conversation.
Good. We'll be ready on September 28th. A real meeting in person with food.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What can go
There's going to
wrong?
be breakfast. There will be breakfast.
Oh, good question.
There'll be coffee. The food is actually lunch.
Oh, food is lunch. Okay.
I don't know. There may be some additional street.
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
Cinnamon rolls are always good.
But it won't be a sit-down breakfast. But the lunch will be. And Dan
Great.
and Karen, that is probably a good point for you maybe to jump in on the lunch topic as we're eating, kind of what we're anticipating as far as the brainstorm session for lunch.
Do you want to talk about menu or what?
No, I thought that you guys were putting together,
Oh, Dan has put together a list to help us get started.
Yeah, so in the retreat packet, which will go out at least, before that weekend, before the retreat. So I'm aiming for Thursday, that week before Thursday. As part of that packet, I will include a draft, capital letters, of right now how 2023 is looking as far as topics and issues that are going to be in front of the board. It's early enough where I would have to put a big caveat saying this is fluid. There's certainly going to be emerging stuff that's going to have to come up that's going to be reflective of what 2023 looks like that may not be on this. And I did my best to estimate what quarter I think those topics would come before the board. And so I would also just ask that you take that with some fluidity. Something that right now I put down as we might see this in quarter 1, it might slide into quarter 2 and that sort of thing. So, but I think this is about the earliest that the boards and the staff has sort of worked together to kind of create what would look like an upcoming year's agenda. So I think it's a great exercise. I took a lot of time last week, over the last couple of weeks, and kind of putting that together. It's being reviewed right now by the deputies to make sure that that I've got it right as far as best of knowledge at this point in time. But we'll have it ready for the time for the packet, and so that will give you an idea if there's something on your mind that you would like, that you feel is important for us to discuss in 2023. You can then look and see if that topic area is already represented. So I think that's going to help the lunch discussion a little bit for y'all.
So we're anticipating this will be kind of a whiteboard exercise with sticky notes, which will, springboard off of the one pager or multi-pager that Dan's putting together. And I think one of the things that Michelle and I are definitely hopeful is that, along with the suggestion, you might also suggest, the context for the topic. So whether it would be, an official board meeting, whether it would be a study session, whether it would be a field trip, whether it would be, a combination of some of those or whatever, so that we could get an idea about not only the topics, but kind of what makes sense schedule-wise and time-wise if we undertake more of these suggestions. So be thinking about that as well. What you think would be the best context for dealing with whatever you're going to suggest.
We also talked about doing a light prioritization exercise at the lunch, just realizing that there's only so much time, even in a year's perspective, and that there could be some items that we might have to decide between this list, which ones is more of a priority for you all. And so Dave and Michelle and I have kind of kicked around what a sort of a light prioritization exercise we might be able to get to either at the lunch or maybe come back at another time, but hopefully over the lunch session that we could do to get an indication of these ideas that were raised, what is top of mind for y'all.
And we do probably a dot exercise or something with that, green, orange red. Well, no, we would do
Not
both
colors.
and shapes, right? For those of us who are colorblind, we would need shapes as well as colors. So anyway, that would be kind of the exercise, would be to then we'd list the suggestions and then have people, give their notion of priorities, and with the suggestions would be then kind of how we think the conversation could be most effective.
Okay. Thank you very much for all your planning work on this. It sounds to me like a really productive day. And Dan, we're ready to move to you and start with the matters from the department.
Great. We've got a couple of items, and maybe just from the agenda perspective, Karen, is maybe after our first item that will be led by Heather Swanson and Ryan Pereshi. We might want to just look at whether or not we want a 5 or 10 minute break, because the Trails program would be the lengthier of the two. But with that, we wanted to just provide you a quick update on some updates in regards to conservation efforts around the Prebles Meadow Jumping Mouse and the conservation planning and monitoring work around that. And so I think I'm going to turn things over to Heather, who's going to do a brief introduction and then turn things over to Ryan. So.
Hi again. Well, I think that you mostly all know who I am, but I'm Heather Swanson. I'm the Ecological Stewardship Manager for the group, for the department, as well as a wildlife ecologist. And Prebles Meadow Jumping Mouse is a species that we have been working with certainly as long as I've been with the department. It is a federally threatened species, so it's obviously a species of conservation focus for us. And so tonight we're going to tell you a little bit about some of the ongoing work that we have with Prebles, as well as kind of a new development in the conservation planning for the species as a whole. And tonight we're going to have Ryan Pereshi. And Ryan, I don't know if you've ever presented to the board. Maybe not.
Nope.
All right. Well, I'll let Ryan really introduce himself, but Ryan is one of our wildlife ecologists with the department. And over the last couple of years, he's been getting increasingly involved in taking some of the lead on the Prebles conservation management and monitoring. And for quite a few years now, he's actually really been the one who's made our field surveys possible. They are labor intensive and take a whole lot of coordination and logistics, and he's been great at that. So he's now getting a lot more involved in the management and conservation conversations. And so Ryan, if you want to introduce yourself, and then I'll let you take it away.
Sounds good. Yeah, like Heather said, my name's Ryan. I'm one of the wildlife ecologists. There's two of us in this kind of in the same sort of level as I am. We handle a lot of the day-to-day kind of operations of field monitoring and those sort of aspects. I've been with open space for about 12 years now, and I've been doing the small mammal work pretty much since the start. So yeah. And so I can just go ahead and hop into our presentation unless Heather wanted to add anything else.
Okay. No, I think that's it. Go ahead.
Let me see if I can share my screen properly. Okay. Can everybody see that? Cool. So yeah,
although Ryan, it's not in presentation mode, so we see the notes and stuff. I don't know if that's something that you can change or not. Sometimes
I should be able to. Let me switch screens here. Is that better?
That is perfect.
Okay. All right. So yeah, this is a picture of a Prebles, and I'll get back. I'll show you another one in a little bit. That's a picture of us setting up for some field surveying. So Prebles Meadow Jumping Mouse, as Heather said, is threatened. Largely, its decline has been due to habitat loss, mostly due to development, people wanting to live and hike in riparian areas. But there's also some water infrastructure and agriculture that causes habitat loss. Basically, anything in or around waterways that reduces habitat is impacting these mice in the northern Front Range here. In 1998, they were listed per the ESA as a threatened species. In 2010, the Fish and Wildlife Service designated South Boulder Creek and part of Spring Brook as critical habitat, and that's habitat that's critical to the species surviving and persisting. Open Space started monitoring in earnest in 1996, kind of when we knew that that the species was gonna get listed and its populations were declining. Initial research was evaluated to determine habitat use, population levels, and where the mice hibernate along South Boulder Creek, and then periodic monitoring has continued since, mostly to determine where they live. So the prebbles live in wetland and riparian areas in the northern Front Range, kind of northeast Colorado and southeast Wyoming. On OSMP, they're mostly associated with South Boulder Creek and adjoining tributaries and ditches. So they are in some foothill drainages though. They typically use the upland grassy areas for seed and fruit and insect foraging. They use the shrubby areas for protection from predation and for hibernation. They hibernate for 7 to 9 months, so they're a true hibernating mammal. They're underground most of the year, especially the males. And they only have 1 to 2 litters each year, which is different than a lot of our other small mammals, say deer mice that can have 9 or 10 litters a year, which is part of the reason they don't recover as quickly as some other species do. And they're a very distinct mouse with a very long tail and hind feet to use for jumping. And so here's a picture of one, and you can see that tail just goes on for miles, and they just have huge feet. They also have a very distinctive little stripe down their back. So here is a map of the critical area that was designated by Fish and Wildlife Service. So you can see it stretches from Baseline Road, kind of right at Bobolink Trailhead, south to almost El Dorado Springs Canyon. And then you can see on the very south end, there's a little spur, and that's Spring Brook. So kind of, if you just imagine along El Dorado Springs Drive, South Boulder Creek, and then extending up to Bobolink Trailhead. This is what CPW considers the occupied range of the mouse, and it doesn't necessarily mean that mice are found there. It's just what CPW deems as suitable habitat for the mice. So some of the types of monitoring that we do are presence absence. So that's live trapping. We can also use some modified camera traps. And then most recently, a lot of people have been using track plates. So those are non-invasive methods. You don't have to touch the mouse. We also do population density, which is again live trapping, but it's got a mark and recite component to it. And to do the mark recite, we use pit tags similar to what you would see in your dog or cat. And then we also do habitat evaluations just to determine if the mouse could even live there before we actually try to trap or not. Some of the recent monitorings we've done, and they'll be highlighted, presence is highlighted in green and the absence of the mouse is highlighted in red. So just this year, and actually Dan and John were able to come out with us, we did some trapping along South Boulder Creek upstream of Highway 93, which was really interesting to us because we'd never trapped there, and we did catch prebbles. We also caught them in Spring Brook again, which was really good news. Towhee and North Foothills drainages that we trapped this year, we didn't catch any. Not terribly surprised. It was kind of a dry year and they kind of move with the water. 2018, we trapped South Boulder Creek closer to Bobolink Trailhead and some of the ditches in that area. 2017, Dowdy Draw and Schneider Draw. 2016, Lower Bear Canyon and Coal Creek. And Coal Creek here is red. There's probably mice there, but we use an old trapping method that somebody had done a long time ago, and it's not targeted for prebbles. So if we targeted prebbles, we may catch them there. Upper Bear Canyon and Long Canyon, and these are post-flood or closer to post-flood. So we were really looking at the resilience of the mouse in some of these. 2014 was, of course, post-flood on South Boulder Creek. And we did catch mice there immediately following the flood, which was good news. And here's, sorry, skip back. And you might recognize somebody holding a mouse here. That's Dave, in case you can't tell through the head net. So we use we trap the mice to inform a lot of our management, specifically around trails, when we have to build bridges outside consultations. So if we're working with Excel to run power lines, things like that. We also use them internally for our weed control, agriculture, ditch maintenance, etc. And so we try to figure out where the mice is, and we also help kind of navigate the regulatory process with other, especially internal users. So then some of our monitoring results, when we first started trapping, or when trapping was first conducted in the late 90s along South Boulder Creek, they're catching 30, or you can see the numbers here, up to 86 mice per kilometer. After the flood, we saw a decrease. It wasn't a huge decrease, but definitely a decrease. That may have been due to the flood. It may have been due to the natural cycle of these small mammals. Like their populations kind of rise and fall through time. So we have to continue doing trapping to really see what's going on there. And so that's part of the reason why we continue trapping each year. Also to expand our knowledge of where we're catching mice. Here is a map of where trapping has been conducted. And this is a Fish and Wildlife Service map. This isn't actually our data. And so one of the interesting things I wanted to point out on this map is you can see red dots and green dots in the same drainage, which can kind of show you that some years you'll catch mice in a spot and some years you won't. So they can really vary from year to year. So then kind of switching gears a little bit into the conservation planning that we're working on now. So like we had said, in 2008, 1998, the Prebbles was listed as an endangered species, as a threatened species. And at the time, a recovery plan was created, but it was really skeletal. Didn't have very much information or guidelines. Recently, in 2018, they came out with a new recovery plan that really looked at the status of the species as it currently is, the threats to the species, the recovery criteria, and protection measures and guidance. One of the biggest things that it did is came out with these site conservation team plans. And it's different than what other recovery plans have done. It really looks to draw on a grassroots effort, bringing together local stakeholders and having them inform the protective measures and the guidance for recovering the mice versus a top down from the federal government dictating. And the way it did that is kind of focusing on watershed levels rather than individual properties or individual streams. So they're larger areas with a lot of stakeholders. And then they try to identify the opportunities and then get some guidance to support the restoration and conservation of the mouse. And so on the left, you can kind of see a map of the St. Vrain watershed. And so the SCTs are defined based on occupied watersheds rather than, like I said, individual creeks and smaller areas. There's currently 5 active, but there's more to come. Each SCT is defined based on a miles of creek, or defined based on how many mice they want to have there, which ultimately translates to miles of creek. So there's one large one so far in the state, and that's the Pooter. There's several mediums, and we are a medium, and then there's several smalls, and there will be more to come. And then so the goal is to identify areas within the entire watershed to designate as the recovery population. And then all the recovery populations will be combined to determine if the species can be delisted or not. So they're not going to look at areas outside of these SCTs to see how the mice are doing. They're only looking at the SCT recovery populations. If those populations are doing well enough in the future, they can look at delisting the mouse. If not, it'll stay listed. So the St. Vrain watershed includes South Boulder Creek and St. Vrain Creek, and we've been identified for a medium recovery population. So that's about 11 miles of creek. It's about 11 miles because they're assuming that there is a certain population density of mice in that given 11 miles. If it's a little bit less, then we'll need a few more miles. If we have really high populations, then we can potentially go to less distance. So our team started meeting in 2021 in February. Of course, everything was virtual still. It's still been virtual. The team consists of a fish and wildlife liaison, agency personnel, so largely City of Boulder Open Space Mountain Parks and Boulder County Parks and Open Space, some nonprofits, and then various other stakeholders. OSMP staff consists of Heather and myself, and we're the co-chairs of the SCT. And then Amy Wilhite, who is our water resources supervisor, and also definitely our water resources expert. So far for the SCT, we have completed our team charter, land use and land ownership data collection, our habitat evaluation criteria, and we've done the initial outreach, especially to ditch companies and water users, since they're so heavily impacted by these decisions. What we're doing in progress now are habitat evaluations to determine kind of what on the ground habitat looks like for the mice, and then developing a website which will be hosted through CSU's Center for Conservation Collaboration, and then identifying additional stakeholders. So our next steps are going to be identifying a population, a recovery population. So currently we're looking at both South Boulder Creek and St. Vrain Creek. And we eventually either need to pick one or the other, or potentially we can pick both, which may be a little bit more work, but we're already doing a lot of the work anyways, so it might make sense. Then we'll submit our nomination to the Fish and Wildlife Service. Assuming that they approve it, then we will create a conservation plan and identify restoration opportunities, identify the threats to the mice, try to mitigate those threats, that sort of thing. And then ongoing monitoring. Part of the recovery plan requires a lot of monitoring for the mice to see how the population are doing. And that will largely, our understanding, be carried out by the Fish and Wildlife Service or their consultants, although we will be closely involved as well. So basically, what we get is, where we're contributing staff time and resources, we have ongoing collaboration with our partners and federal biologists. We'll get support for periodic monitoring, and we'll continue to focus on Prebles conservation. Regardless of what happens with the SCT, Open Space has been committed to Prebles conservation, and we will continue to focus on Prebles conservation regardless of if South Boulder Creek is the selected creek or not. Kind of our advantages for participating, or yeah, what they get is more expertise and a lot and helping out in the SCT, new focus and supportive management that we're already doing, so that would just add to that effort. If South Boulder Creek is designated, then we would get additional resources from the federal government, which could potentially include federal grant funding to restore areas that might not be as nice as some of the other areas along South Boulder Creek. And then one of the biggest things coming out of the SCT is there wouldn't be any additional regulatory requirements, since we're the ones developing it. And so then at the final little bit here is just kind of a video of a Prebles so that everybody can see it. And this came out of the Hooter SCT, if it'll play. And you can see why, you'll be able to see why they get their name, the jumping mouse. And I think they slow it down here so you can really see. And so they really do jump, as opposed to if you see our other little field mice that kind of just scurry through the grass. I don't know how to stop sharing. Oh, found it. So that's all. That was our presentation. If you have if there's any questions, we'd love to answer them if we can.
Great, thank you. Great jumping video.
Yeah, we just got that the other day from the Boulder SCT, and it's pretty amazing to see how far they can jump.
Yeah. Questions?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. My question is going to be a bit skewed because as I was writing it, a really cute little mouse video came up and I stopped writing my question and just stared at the video. So at the end, you were saying about the creek that any additional regulatory requirements wouldn't be needed if we, I'm using the wrong word, but if we built it ourselves. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you were speaking about in that sentence?
Yeah, and I'll start, and then Heather can probably will be able to add on to it. But generally, so regardless of if we're selected or not, we already basically maintain South Boulder Creek at a very high level in regards to Prebbles. We're very careful about what we do along that creek. So we're already meeting essentially any guidelines there would be. But if we are selected for the SCT, there won't be any additional regulatory responsibility, essentially because we're the ones creating, kind of creating the management plan. So we'll already be implementing that versus being dictated by the federal government of what you need to do.
And the management plan, is that one that we already have, or would this be a new one built after the selection?
So, and I'll let Heather speak to this somewhat. There is a South Boulder Creek management plan, but it predates Prebbles listing. So this, we would, with the creation of the SCT, it wouldn't be a plan necessarily. It's more of a regulatory or a conservation framework than a conservation plan. And Heather, you could probably clarify that better.
Sure, yeah, and so it wouldn't be a management plan in the sense that open space has management plans, but it would be a conservation plan that would outline what opportunities exist in the designated population, whether it's South Boulder Creek or the St. Vrain, you know, and what partnerships or grants might be pursued, any priorities for conservation that the landowners or Fish and Wildlife have. So it's really just kind of getting down on paper what can be done to further the conservation of the species. Again, it's not a binding document that's directing anybody anything that they have to do with the properties. It's more of just capturing what opportunities are out there and how that might be implemented. And I would just sort of add on the additional regulatory, you know, the species will continue to be regulated under the Endangered Species Act just as it is. So those regulations remain the same, whether it's a designated recovery population or not. And so that would still be what would dictate any regulatory oversight. Now, in direct contrast to that, in 2010, when South Boulder Creek was designated as critical habitat, that federal designation actually does carry with it additional regulatory implications for projects that involve a federal nexus, which is either a federal project or a project with federal money. So a lot of really large scale projects either have to go through permitting with the Army Corps of Engineers or have federal dollars associated with them. And so that critical habitat does actually have an overlaid additional regulatory element to it. Having this be a designated recovery population would not be that situation. So the regulations would look just like they do now. There would just be a little bit more specificity around what conservation measures might be able to happen, and more kind of focused support for that from local partners, state partners, and federal partners.
So I actually meant to do this myself, and it's just been sitting on my to-do list, but I know that our laws, was someone talking or is that just backing up? Some of our laws that have changed regarding endangered species, but I think it's more of our Water Conservation Act. And on my to-do list, it has been to look and see how those either, I don't know if they were immediately implemented or upcoming changes, how they will affect South Boulder Creek and that watershed area, if those regulatory requirements will affect, you know, in our community, our specific spaces, or if they, you know, don't seem to touch or outline that area. So I don't know if when that change happened, if anyone saw or noticed that, any effects taking place, but it is something just to kind of keep on everyone's mind. If
So
it's,
one clarification, is this actually, I thought this was a threatened species, not an endangered species.
It is a threatened species, but the overall regulatory framework is the Endangered Species Act, and that covers both threatened and endangered species. So prebles are designated as threatened, but the regulatory framework is the Endangered Species Act, which covers both of those categories. And yeah, Caroline, I'd be interested in finding out what changes it is that you're referring to. Certainly water use and prebles intersect to a very great degree, because all of these creeks are, fairly heavily managed and have a lot of ditch diversions off of them and water rights associated with them. And really in the South Boulder Creek floodplain, those ditches are supporting a lot of the wet meadow habitats that, no longer receive floodwaters seasonally like they would have naturally. And so any changes to the way that water is administered or regulated, certainly can have an impact on this species as well as a lot of other riparian species. So that is interesting. If you come across anything that looks particularly either concerning or interesting, I'd be interested in hearing it.
well, it may or may not, there might be, the changes might actually, have really nothing to do with our space and area, but if they do, and the way that you guys talk about zoning the recovery areas and how you make those larger or smaller, depending on the amount of mice that you want to see in the area, it could affect that. It could also not affect that because it's still on my to-do list and I haven't done it. So, we shall see, but just to touch on that, to keep that, maybe someone else is better at checking off their to-do list if that was interesting.
So Ryan, I had a question. Have you tried to correlate the trail use levels and population dynamics of prebles? And the reason I'm asking is that we all know what might happen in the future along South Boulder Creek. And what might happen is that there will be thousands of people in an area that there have not been historically. And there are trails obviously along South Boulder Creek. And so what I'm wondering, I know the effect, the impacts of agriculture, water diversion and all of that, but have we seen any impact from, trail use levels that we can correlate?
So on open space specifically, in order to estimate population, we have to do the mark resite. When we're doing the mark resite capturing, in order to get the levels that we need to get any sort of level of confidence in our population, we have to catch a lot of prebles over a large area. So when we're trapping South Boulder Creek north of Highway 93, that's from Bobbling Trailhead essentially all the way downstream to just west of US 36. And as you know, near Bobbling Trailhead gets much more use than downstream from there. So on our property specifically, it would be hard to draw that correlation just because you've got two different, you're kind of looking at two different areas. And so to the best of my knowledge, we've never really done that correlation. I know other people have in other areas, and generally what it comes down to is any sort of riparian impact is generally negative for the mice. You get houses, when you get houses and that sort of development closer to the riparian areas, for one, they just impact the stream quality, which overall lowers the riparian area quality. You also get greater anthropogenic threats from cats, house mice, rats, things like that. When you start talking about trails, if you've got a small gravel trail, that's something that a mouse can easily navigate. Your impacts are probably relatively small. As use increases and those trails get larger, especially if you move to paved trails and things like that, the chances of somebody coming in contact or a dog coming in contact with a mouse increases. And so that's going to generally decrease the habitat quality for the mice, and you're going to see some effect on the population. A trail next to the riparian area is probably not as impactful as, a housing tract, for example. But there's always going to be some level of impact from trails. going back to your original question, we have not done that correlation. We don't have enough data to do that accurately anyways. And so we haven't made that correlation, but other people have, and I know that they've found impacts basically just based on the level of use of an area and how many mice they're catching there.
So just one quick thing to add, back in the late 90s, Karen Meany and Ann Ruggles did do a study where they were pooling data for several years to reach those sample sizes that they needed. They did do a study along the stretch of Bobolink, and then upstream of upstream of South Boulder Road before that section of trail was built. So at that time, that was an untrailed section. And at that time, they didn't find any significant differences between the two areas. Now that was about 1996, 97. So use levels looked fundamentally different from what they do today, and probably fundamentally different from what they will in the future. So it'd be interesting to keep looking at that. One mitigating factor for prebles is that they're largely nocturnal. So as far as them, we do see them out during the day when we're out doing field work. So they're not entirely nocturnal, but they're less likely than some species to have direct interactions with people or dogs if it's just daytime recreation on the trail. So a lot of the stuff that Ryan's talking about is, obviously a trail is displacing vegetation and, maybe having some impacts of weeds and that type of thing that sort of degrades the habitat in general, but not quite as specifically as it might for some species that are actually running into people and dogs while they're using the trail.
Right, great.
It strikes me that upstream of 36 is a no dog trail. And then downstream from maybe its baseline to Bobolink is heavily used by dogs, right?
Yeah.
So those are two.
South Boulder Road.
Just South Boulder Road, yeah. So those two chunks of South Boulder Creek are quite different in terms of the anthropogenic impacts, right?
They are.
But I think what you're saying is that they're not large enough habitat swaths to compare, right?
It's and like Heather said, when Anne and Karen Meany did this work a long time ago, they took several years of data to pool. When we're trying to look at, if we pulled all of our data, we might be able to kind of look at what Dan was speaking to. But within a given year, we're not getting to high enough captures and recaptures of prebles to be able to look at a given trapping transect. The transects are large and we do catch several mice per transect. But in order to get any sort of statistical confidence, we have to pull all of our traps together, which includes areas near Bobolink and areas upstream from there. And even though the use is different in those two areas, I would say that different uses cause different differences in the mice. So near Bobolink, there's a lot of humans, dogs, bikes, that sort of thing. But as you move upstream, in some of that areas, there's cows that can graze to the creek, which of course cows can have negative impacts. A lot of that area, there's cows and there's no negative impact. So some of that area has less shrubs, which decreases the prebles populations. But also near Bobolink, there's some ditches that we survey as well in that area. And those ditches actually have a very nice riparian shrub component to them. And we catch quite a few mice there too. So they contribute to the overall population. So it's hard to look at each individual transect and try to pull it.
There are so many different variables.
Exactly.
Right?
Can I ask a quick
and upstream where Springbrook is, it's really protected. There are really none of these variables that we've been talking about in Springbrook.
But Springbrook is a very different looking drainage. It's more of a mountain drainage. And even though Springbrook looks very nice and it doesn't have a lot of those factors, it's not a perennial stream. It dries out. The mice definitely do prefer kind of that well-developed riparian vegetation. And Springbrook doesn't necessarily have that throughout. So mice do live there, but it's a very different looking ecosystem.
Okay.
with them, if they have their most pristine desired riparian area, are they happy to stay put in, you know, a 3 by 3 foot space if they have everything they need, or do they have some version of a roam area even when provided the best of the best that they like?
They can move, so they do move, and they can move quite a distance. Within a week of trapping, we've had them move 300 and 400 meters. So if you consider, you know, a 6-inch mouse, that's a pretty good distance to cover. So they do definitely move. And we're actually discussing this today. I can't remember exactly how big their home range is, but it is fairly large, especially for a rodent. One of the biggest things is they kind of move from their protected areas of shrubs to upland, which is where they forage. So they'll move quite a distance even within a night or a day. So yeah, no, they need a good chunk of protected land.
And is that part of like the nocturnal quality? I don't know a lot about, you know, small mammals that are nocturnal and those qualities. Is that nocturnal variable a part of that, like roaming and movement? Is, you know, when everything gets quiet, that's when they get up and they do their thing, and then they're tired by dawn and go to sleep all day? Is that kind of their...
Yeah, so I think that's a strategy for a lot of small mammals. Is it can be safer to move at night. They have more cover in the darkness. So a lot of small mammals, you kind of see that, or they're crepuscular, which means, you know, they might not be out in the middle of the night, but they're out in kind of the dusk and dawn. We will see them during the day a little bit. Prebbles in particular tend to make day nests, which is kind of a ball of grass. And they kind of just stay put through that, and then, yeah, go back to roaming at night. And that's probably a survival strategy of being less easily detected at night.
And I will just say there is a Prebbles researcher who was really trying to get a better handle on habitat use, because it's a tough thing to look at. You know, putting transmitters on something as small as a mouse that's trying to move through vegetation is a challenging thing to do. And so he was actually trying to put an iridescent dye on them and then release them. And then he would go out the next morning and try to see if he could see their trails through the vegetation, which was a fascinating idea. Unfortunately, it seemed like the dye rubbed off within sort of the first couple of movements through the thick grass. So it didn't work, but it was an intriguing way to try and look at it, because it's a tough thing to get at. But they have been trapped, you know, pretty far out in the wet meadows away from the creek. So we know that they are using those habitats, certainly not right in the riparian area.
So there are portions that aren't in the wet meadow that, you know, they find beneficial for survival for whatever reason. You know, they'll move away from that to do something and then go back to it. Okay.
Yeah, most likely forage. And it's, I don't have the information right on hand, but I know that researchers in the past have trapped in like the middle of hayfields, for example, and they will catch mice there. Of course, there's lateral ditches and water movement through a hayfield and a lot of tall grass, but it's quite a ways from what we would define as a riparian corridor.
So I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the concern that I'm trying to express, and that is that the Fish and Wildlife Service has designated critical habitat for prebbles along South Boulder Creek. I'm not sure about west of Highway 93, but certainly between Highway 93 and Highway US 36. And so I think it would be very desirable for us to continue monitoring Prebbles population in that stretch, because in the future, the possibility of, you know, drastic change in that area is possible. And I think that if it's designated critical habitat, the expectation might be that it won't serve as critical habitat in the future if, in fact, certain things either happen or aren't done. And so anyway, I'm encouraging us to continue to monitor prebbles, especially in that stretch along South Boulder Creek, because I think in the future, those data will be extremely informative as far as what potential impacts are occurring on that stretch of South Boulder Creek based on the development patterns adjacent to the designated habitat.
And will enable us to make better adaptive management decisions for the area.
Yeah.
I have three quick questions that I don't think we've touched on yet. If you could, Ryan, go back to the St. Vrain's SCT map. I have a question about that. And while you're doing that, is there a list of the 40 people who are on the SCT?
There is. We're kind of in the process right now of putting together our public outreach materials, which will likely include participant lists. If people wanted to contact somebody, that's sort of representing their interests. So if you don't mind holding off for that, we'll hopefully have a webpage up and running in the next couple of months, and that'll be readily accessible. But it's generally state, federal, and local agency personnel. A couple of the watershed centers are represented, as well as Preble's experts. Trying to think, even Forest Service, who it isn't obviously a landowner in any of these stretches of creeks, but it is an interested federal agency. A couple of members of ditch boards and water users, and local agricultural producers. So it's a pretty varied group.
Great, thank you.
And it is open to anybody's participation who would like to be part of the group. So largely it was begun by Fish and Wildlife reaching out to people that they thought might be interested, and then sort of word of mouth. But if there is anybody that you hear of, or any of you that are particularly interested, it is certainly open to anybody to attend the meetings.
Thanks, Heather. And Ryan, that is the map.
This one here.
Yeah, what I'm trying to visually understand is I've heard 11 linear miles. I don't know how far 11 linear miles of creek is. If you go from Bobolink up to Springbrook.
So let me, I think
there's a better map you're saying.
Yeah, let me show you if I can get back to it. So this map of our critical area will better define that. So
that's how many miles?
So including Springbrook, it's around 7 miles.
Okay.
So
that's why you're thinking some combination of St. Vrain Creek and South Boulder Creek.
Well, not entirely. So it doesn't just have to be South Boulder Creek. It can be associated drainages as well, and ditches. So if there's kind of an area that we're looking at, we haven't fully defined which drainages and ditches we would include yet. But looking at our potential distance, so I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but there's a small drainage kind of across South Boulder Creek, the Towhee drainage that we would include, also a fair number of ditches, especially the ones where we now have Prebles. And that combined mileage is around 18 miles of creek. So South Boulder Creek meets the criteria alone in distance. St. Vrain Creek also, they have like somewhere around 13 miles of creek, so they meet the criteria.
Okay.
If it's either South Boulder Creek or St. Vrain Creek or combined, each individual section has to meet that 11 miles. It has to be contiguous habitat. It can't be separated. So we couldn't take a section of South Boulder Creek here and then take another section of South Boulder Creek, say closer to Boulder Creek, for example. It has to be contiguous. So
that's helpful. Thank you. But I didn't notice on your lists previously where you've trapped mice. I didn't notice that Towhee had ever had mice trapped.
So this was the first year we've ever trapped Towhee. We did not catch any mice there. The habitat looks very good for Prebles.
Yeah.
This year, in general, our captures for all small mammals, not just Prebles, was very low. We had a very, very low capture rate. That's probably due to the dry spring, though we can't say. And small mammals are very cyclical. So some years there are many of them and some years there aren't. And this is a down year for whatever reason, larger factors than we understand. And because of that, or likely because of that, we didn't catch any in Towhee. On a better year, they're probably there. And being so adjoined to South Boulder Creek, it might be a place where the mice use Tohi drainage during the summer or during the spring, and then as summer progresses, they move back to South Boulder Creek or something to that effect. So,
Okay,
yep.
thanks. And my last question is, how, if at all, does the New Zealand mud snail management strategy impact Prebbles Meadow?
So with the closure of South Mesa Trailhead, part of that closure was restoring that area.
Right.
And they have planted, I don't even know, hundreds of shrubs in that area. It looks very nice. So that will undoubtedly have a positive impact on the Prebbles. And in that specific area, we're increasing the habitat for them. We're restoring previously lost habitat. So if you just look at that small area, that closure will help the mice. Overall, that's not the strategy for New Zealand mud snails. We're trying to control the mud snails, but in that small example, that's going to have a positive impact. In other sections of South Boulder Creek, it probably won't have as large of an impact because we're not restoring the areas as well. They don't necessarily need to be restored either.
Excuse me. Thank you. Any other questions? Then I think we're ready for a break. Can we do it in 5 minutes? Everybody back in 5 minutes? And then we'll go to trails.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some hay fever pills. Yay. There we go. Okay, Dan, you're on.
All right. Well, we're going to get into the main topic for tonight. And with that, I'm just going to turn things right over to Jeff Haley, our Deputy of Trails and Facilities, who will kind of kick us off with the introduction.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. It's great to see the board again. In fact, it was back in August when we all had our great field trip and got to see each other in person out at Dowdy Draw. And so this evening's kind of just as we talked about at that field trip, just a continuation of our discussion with the board related to our trails program. And so this evening, Chad Brotherton will be presenting. We have about a 30 to 40 minute presentation that he's going to try to get through as succinctly as possible. So, and what we'll do is we'll kind of pause in between a couple of topics so that you all can ask questions and provide comments as well. But yeah, the trails program is certainly one of our most important assets that we have within our visitor infrastructure, and certainly serves all aspects of the department. Everything from working with our resource and stewardship staff on a lot of the vegetation and wildlife, as we've been discussing this evening, to our community connections and partnership, where we're engaging our community and allowing visitors to access the system, and certainly all the staff within our central services as well, who assist with data collection and funding opportunities and mapping and that sort of thing. So a wide breadth of involvement that our team has, and I'll go ahead and turn over to Chad to give you the presentation.
Okay, just working on the screen share. I think I got it all set up. Does that look all right there?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Jeff, that intro. And hello, board members. Good to see you all again. And I'm going to try to move through this. I know we're running a little behind, and I got a lot to share, but I'll try to move it through it fairly efficiently. So just a quick itinerary, let you know what's up and coming. Quick introduction, and I'm going to touch upon the 2018 program aspirations that we shared when we gave the last big update. And then I'm going to go over the trail system and program overview. Then I'm going to talk a bit about asset management. And after that, I'll stop for questions on those topics. And then I'll jump back in and give a trail maintenance backlog update, because I know we all think about that quite a bit since 2018. And then some reflections and a little bit more time for questions. So quick introduction. My name's Chad Brotherton, and I'm the trails manager for Open Space. And I've been doing natural resource management trails for over 20 years now. It's shocking how fun and fast it's gone. And I began as a AmeriCorps SCA, Student Conservation Association intern in Arches National Park, was trained as a dry stonemason, and then went on to work for the Forest Service, Park Service, been in city government for a while, worked nonprofit and private sector. So I've been around a bit, and I've been with the city for over 7 years now. So touching upon the 2018 program aspirations, at that time, we were, predicting and planning to push forward on asset management program, Beehive, which we've since implemented. So that gets a green check. Trail prescriptions, which I'm going to talk about a bit more as we get further down into the presentation. We're moving along on those. They were a little slower than anticipated, in part because we were aligning Beehive to be able to track those and capture those well. Also, continued innovation was on that list, and we're moving along on that, and that will be kind of a theme throughout this presentation. Growth in volunteers and partnerships. I have a little more information on that also, but we're moving along on that topic also. And then a better understanding of life cycle of assets, and we're moving along on that one too. So just kind of wanted to check in since 2018 and, kind of remind ourselves where we're at since then and what we've been working on. It's always important to kind of frame all of this into the master plan strategies. And it's, really important to think about, trails as, obviously very interconnected with responsible recreation, stewardship, and enjoyment. But it's also touches upon the trail system, and the work that we do touches upon a lot more strategies and focus areas than that. And over 13 strategies touch upon trails, and we support other strategies through trails and the management of trails. And then some of the strategies are also really interconnected. And an example of that is, we look at a trail reroute, it could be called through one of our plans, West TSA, North Trail Study Area Plan, something like that. So something like that, we could be rerouting to take care of maintenance backlog issues, but we would look at it holistically. We might be taking care of undesignated trails in the area at the same time, another strategy. But then we also could be utilizing junior rangers. Thank you, Natasha and team, as we saw tonight with that type of work. So it touches upon, connecting youth to the outdoors, cultivating leaders in stewardship. And then, we might also be utilizing, volunteers to do some of that work too. So there's that connection also. So the trails program and, the maintenance backlog and all of that, it touches upon a lot of the master plan and strategies. Okay, I'm going to transition into the trail system and program overview. So the OSMP trail system, we've been really fortunate to have a solid foundation early on, from Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., 1910, the Boulder Mountain Parks Master Plan in 1937 by the Park Service. So the community has really, been supportive of a trail system for a very long time. We also see that with recent taxes, the recent tax, and we also heard that during COVID, how critical the OSMP lands and connecting to nature was for coping with stress. Currently, we have about 150 miles of trail, always fluctuating when we're doing reroutes and things like that, but about 150 miles of trails. And it's also in the context of a larger system across Colorado that we're interconnected with and associated with. It's also helpful to know and consider some of the challenges for our system, so that when you have that in context when thinking about management. High visitation is a reality, and even we're hearing that it might be like plateauing, numbers might be plateauing, but even if they decrease, we still see high visitation across our system in certain places. We also have clay soils and mud issues associated with that. We've been getting more extreme weather events, unfortunately. The flood in 2013, the Marshall Fire was another one extreme event that impacted the trail system. In some ways, we got a little lucky on that one, but it definitely impacted it. Finite resources are also a reality. We're very fortunate of the trail program and the funding that we have, especially compared to some of our counterparts in like the Forest Services and stuff. But there's always a reality of finite resources and having to prioritize with what you have. So that's a reality, it always will be. Undesignated trails is another reality of our system. We have about 164 miles of undesignated trails on our system, creating some additional challenges. And we're going to be coming to the board, to all of you with more information on that as a separate topic in October. And then legacy trails, we've had support for trail system for a long time. Legacy trails they can also be a challenge to manage, because legacy trail is basically a use pattern that was adopted into the system, and it was never often it was never officially designed for sustainability. Often it was just a use pattern, and it had really steep alignments. A good example of a problematic legacy trail would be Mount Sanitas. It's an iconic experience, but it's also very expensive and very challenging to manage. So getting into legacy trails just a little bit more, you can think about, on the left, we've got a picture of, believe it or not, that is the Mount Sanitas Trail, unfortunately. Definitely needs work in that section. And, think about the legacy and sustainable trails. It's kind of a continuum or a spectrum. And, on the left, you have, Mount Sanitas, a really problematic legacy trail that will be expensive to reconstruct and repair. And on the right, you have a diagram that shows, and we were talking about this in our site visit to Doughty. And Caroline and we were talking about this with Bo, of when drainage is incorporated into the trail design, it's a lot more stable, sustainable. Also takes a lot less maintenance, a lot less structures. So these are, this graph in the middle is kind of hypothetical numbers, but you look at some of the most problematic trails, legacy trails, and they're very expensive, exponentially more expensive to repair and to maintain versus a sustainable trail. So hypothetical numbers, but it kind of shows that that idea. And one other thing to bring up for that, around this topic is, Bear Canyon, the Project Bear Canyon, Anemone, even eventually the North Sky Trail. When we're building new trails, oftentimes, Bear Canyon to help the Prebbles habitat, Anemone and North Sky help with some undesignated trails. When we're designing sustainable trails, they don't create the same maintenance requirements or need as some of these problematic legacy trails. So yes, it's adding mileage to the system, but often, but it's also important to think about it as kind of a different, it's not that exponential cost associated with it as some of these legacy trails. Visitation numbers, we were talking about high visitation, just always good to remember, about 5.5 million visits a year. whether that's stable or even decreasing, it's still a lot, especially in some of these high use areas such as Chautauqua. You're looking at 350,000 visits. Mount Sanitas, as I was talking about, that's definitely high visitation. It's not equal across the board. You look at something like Sawhill Ponds and 20,000 visits a year. So it's not an equal balance across the system, but overall there's some very high use areas on our system. Comparing that to national parks, 2021 numbers, Rocky Mountain received 4.4 million visits and Yellowstone 4.9 million visits. So that kind of gives us a perspective of what we're trying to manage here. Visitor perception is always an interesting one also. In 2016-17, the OSMP visitor survey, in relation to trails, 93% of respondents said that the quality of the trails was either very good or good. And also they rated, 98% rated the trails very or moderately important for the system and what we do. So high interest, and it's also really important to kind of put a reality check on this a little bit, because perception of visitors in relation to the quality of the trails versus the perception of our staff looking at the trails through an asset management, life cycle, and maintenance cost perspective, there can be a huge gap in those two data points. So very excited that people think that our trails are in good shape, but we also have concerns and a reality around the life cycle perspective of it. The trail program. So we have 20 full-time employees, and that's across several service areas. We also have 20 temporary staff. Our annual budget is about $3.5 million, and that includes operating and capital funds. And there's a broad, our staff has broad responsibilities and expertise. It's not just moving dirt around. So, we're talking, expertise and responsibilities in asset management, program management, project management, trail design. We have probably some of the best, definitely some of the best trail designers I've ever worked with in my career. So hats off to them. We're also, heavily involved in interdisciplinary teams and leading those and participating in those. We're hiring crews, supervising and doing performance management, partnership development, volunteerism, construction and ecological best practices, contracting. The list goes on and on, all the way to masonry, complex masonry and carpentry. So broad expertise on the team. And just in the trail full-time employees, we have over 200 years of trails and resource management experience. And the program also has we also have some sub-programs or initiatives. We have the Trail Volunteer Program. We have the Undesignated Trail Program, which we'll talk more about next month, Muddy Trail Program, and Accessible Trail Initiative to focus on accessible trails and the maintenance of them. So a lot going on with the trail program. One last thing to point out about this slide, the photo is actually the Royal Arch reroute that we did last year. And the crew, so that's our crew from last year, and they're holding the Golden McLeod, which is actually, it's an award from the Colorado Trail Symposium, which is an annual trail conference, actually coming up pretty soon. And for those who don't know what a McLeod is, it's a trail construction tool that we use. If you don't know what it is, I highly recommend coming out and volunteering and helping out. And we could definitely teach you how to use one. But basically the way the award works is each year participating agencies submit like a showcase project, and then participants at the symposium vote on which project was the most impressive for that year. So we won it in 21, which was a huge honor. Interdisciplinary team partnerships is a really critical part of what we do. We don't go out and just build the trails wherever. We're partnering with and collaborating with, trail staff, ecological staff, which includes, agriculture, our water resource folks, our vegetation stewardship, wildlife, wetlands, across the board. Also the cultural staff, so, it's we collaborate with a lot of folks, within the department, and this collaboration goes through all phases of projects. So planning, design, implementation, project closeout. We're having all of that collaboration and communication. We also have ecological best management practices that guide us in, anywhere from trail design and, making sure that we're doing the interdisciplinary team process and avoiding, sensitive habitat and things like that as best as we can, to, some of the more, detailed, like where and how we're placing soil and, weed management on a project. So we have a lot of guidance around that. And the trail management is really, it's really important to think about it as nested within the department, because it takes so much collaboration and support, from, a lot of the work groups and staff across the board. So thank you for all those that support us in what we do. Really appreciate it. And we also, regional connections and partnerships are really important. Also, as I was mentioning, our trail system is interconnected to the region and our neighbors' trail systems. So, we're collaborating regionally and setting up partnerships and networks. And the Trail Symposium is also another example of that, those interconnections and partnerships. So we're learning from each other, as each of us, all these different agencies in Colorado are learning and testing things. A couple trail program principles, and this gets into the innovation piece of it, but continued improvement really is a foundational and cultural piece of our program. And then strategic asset management is also incredibly important. And I'm going to talk about that quite a bit more. But overall, we just keep testing approaches and learning and getting more efficient as we go. And one of the examples that came up in our site visit at Doughty, we were talking about our hybrid crews, which if anybody has a better name than that, now that we have hybrid meetings, definitely open to that. But the idea of a hybrid crew of, basically a leadership crew where we have a crew lead and assistant crew lead that's out there with a piece of equipment, often a mini excavator, and they're, leading volunteers and youth corps, junior rangers. So not a lot of staff time, but a lot of work getting done and a lot of support through that leadership. And we've found it to be highly effective. We've tested it for a couple of years and pushed forward on it. And now we're multiplying that effort to have a couple of those types of crews. We've also incorporated our volunteerism more holistically through the program. So volunteers are on a lot more projects throughout the year, which is helping, numbers and also just getting a lot of really great work done. A little more on volunteers. In 2018, our goal was to push forward on increasing the volunteer program. We've been slowly incorporating it across the program, and it's been really hard through COVID. And you can see through the numbers here, we were doing pretty well in 2019. It's amazing that we were able to get any volunteers in 2020 with the reality of COVID. So thank you to Bo and all the safety protocols he put together for that, Bo Clark. And but really laying down a foundation and testing things throughout the last couple of years. In 21, we came almost exactly to the numbers in 2019. And in 2020, we're actually already at or just a little bit above the numbers for 2019. And this week in particular, we've actually had successfully been pushing forward and still have some volunteer projects lined up, but we had 200 volunteers lined up for just this week alone, which is really exciting. One other thing to point out on this is, volunteer hours are a one type of measurement that we use, but it's not our primary measurement to measure success. And one of the ways we do measure success is, ensuring that every volunteer or every volunteer group has a meaningful project that is in alignment with our asset management and, our other program goals. So that's a really important part for us too. So it's good to look at the hours and the volunteer numbers, but we try to look at it a little bit more holistically than that. Okay, I'm going to transition into asset management. Okay, so holistic asset management is fairly complex, so bear with me a little bit. And I'm going to be going through parts of this in a little bit more detail. But some of the parts that are really important, understanding inventory and keeping a pulse on the system is really important. So short-term inspections and long-term condition data and the inventory is really important. We use HETAP and GIS for that. HETAP stands for High Efficiency Trail Assessment. Oh, where did I write it down? Assessment process, High Efficiency Trail Assessment Process. I got it. And then work tracking is really important. What kind of work are we doing? What is it costing? We track that through Beehive. Work prioritization is really important. That gets into the finite resources. What are we taking care of and why? And then strategic work planning and financial planning we do through our budget process, and we use Compass, our work planning software for that. And then continuous improvement is kind of our foundation, as I was talking earlier. So jumping into Beehive. Launch Beehive, and we really utilize Beehive for our work tracking. We have it set up now. It took a little while to get it going, but we have it set up now so we can track prescriptions or what we're going to do in certain areas on certain trails. And then we also use that for the actual work that it takes. So the time, the materials, the cost, which crews did the work. All of that information is captured in Beehive. And it's really interesting because it complements the condition data that we track. And we'll talk a little bit more about both of that. I have some example slides of how they kind of interact a little bit. But one example, the Marshall Fire, very quickly after the Marshall Fire, we had damaged infrastructure, and there were questions of what was damaged, what were the costs associated with it. And because we had the inventory through the condition data, we were able to pull up that data very quickly. But the catch is with the data, the condition data, is there's a little bit of gap of from when we did the last survey and the work that we might have done, which we had done some work in that area since that time. So when we were able to pull the data from the condition data and inventory, and then the Beehive data, and put that together, we knew exactly all of the structures that were burnt, and had really detailed information, especially on the stuff that the infrastructure that we had built more recently, which was really exciting and helpful for cost estimating. And just one of the goals also with Beehive is to set up dashboards in the future for much easier and faster reporting on the work that we do. So I cannot wait for that. I'm very excited. Okay, so talking about trail prescriptions a little bit. Excuse me. So trail prescriptions are basically the plan and the estimates for either the repairs, the improvements, or the replacement of an asset, a trail asset. And in those prescriptions, there would be time and cost estimates involved that we capture in Beehive. And we have a goal to have system-wide prescriptions, and in the next few years is really our goal. Hopefully we move a little faster on that, but that's kind of what we're setting right now as our time frame. And one of the things to think about with trail prescriptions is, if you want to compare the trail condition data and trail prescriptions, because it's really, trail prescriptions are really an alternative approach to like understanding the maintenance backlog estimate. And it's a little bit more holistic also, because it also captures improvements and replacements, and also new trails and things like that. But there's thinking about an analogy of a house, which I think is really helpful. Trail condition is like if you get an estimate on your house, a condition assessment, and someone comes and tells you you need new windows for your house, and you can get a really rough estimate of what is it going to cost for new windows on your house. You can say, okay, my house is X amount of square feet. Typically on this size house, it's going to cost about X amount of dollars for new windows on my house. A trail prescription is more like getting a professional estimate where the professional comes in, measures each window, and calculates the actual labor, the material costs, and gives you like, this is what it's going to cost to do that replacement of that. So I think that analogy kind of helps. Why do you have these two types of estimates? They're both useful, really useful, but they kind of give you a different level of cost estimating. And I believe back in when we were talking budgets and trails, I think Caroline was asking some questions about, during those budget meetings, how are we using, and if we're using Beehive. And yes, we are using Beehive, and I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of the data that we can pull from it. We don't have the dashboards built out yet, so it's still kind of rough in some ways. But here's some data that we pulled directly out of Beehive. And before I dive into the actual the data though, it's good to understand, we do a spring and fall routine maintenance runs throughout our whole system. So we're putting eyes on the ground and cleaning drainage and doing a little bit of work and inspecting our entire system. A little heavier in the spring than the fall, but we're getting eyes on the entire system. And so there's that piece of it. And it's also important to kind of point out on the left, there's a map of the trail maintenance zones. So not to be confused with the trail study areas, the trail maintenance zones are really, it's more of an internal tool for maintenance, management of maintenance and operations. But one of the things that's kind of important to point out, and this will come up again later in the slides, and kind of how we're presenting the data a little bit, is these maintenance zones are actually, when we're talking condition monitoring, doing 1/5 of the system a year. This is the 5/5, or so we're doing one of these zones each year when we're collecting data. And then getting to the actual data, pulling from Beehive, type of work that we did about 2,000 hours of routine maintenance this spring, and 51% was focused on drainage, and 41% on tread, and then there was some others, brushing and things like that. And this is, when I'm seeing this, I'm actually pretty excited about the numbers here, because drainage is, water running on the trails is probably one of my biggest fears when it comes to erosion. So making sure the drainage is working is really important. And then another piece to consider is, where those hours were spread across the system. So we were able to actually identify that through Beehive. And, some of the reasons we focus more time in zone 4, one, it was, the drainage needed to be addressed. But also you look across the board and, zone 3, we have a lot of work happening in zone 3. That's kind of the Chautauqua, Flatirons backdrop. And, we have crews out there all summer. So we're paying attention to that a little bit more and out there and available to do some more work there. So we focused a little bit more this round in zone 4. And what we're doing over time is we're kind of customizing our routine maintenance and, which trails and which structures we're focusing our effort and time on. So we're getting better at that over time as we're learning and looking at the data. A little bit more on condition monitoring. So this is a picture of Jake with his his condition monitoring wheel hooked up to a computer and the sensors. So Jake is trail research program manager. And what he's doing with that equipment is a comprehensive assessment. And he's doing 20%, 1/5 of the system a year. So one of those maintenance zones each year. And what we're able to do with that is really look at long-term trends across, it's giving us our inventory, but it's also, we're able to look at the data and long-term trends. And, over time, we're going to be able to, we can better understand rate of change. And, it also allows us to potentially adjust our work plan, if there is a high rate of change. And we also can look at our projects that we've done and see over time their effectiveness because of, looking at rate of change, like in an area that we've done work. Did the prescription and the implementation work? Are there some subtleties that we can learn from through the data? This worked, this didn't work. And, so we keep reviewing the data in relation to the Beehive information that we're capturing in the projects and able to learn from that. Jake also said that he's really excited about this data because over time, there's a chance he's pretty convinced we're going to be able to do predictive modeling with this data over time to help prioritize and look at asset management on a whole new level. One of the foundations of the trail condition data is the trail standards that it's based off of. We call them trail management objectives. And basically there's a designated use, which would be like hiking, biking, equestrian, authorized motor vehicle, or accessible. And then there's a class associated with it. And between those designated uses and the class, that gives us 16 basically 16 different types of trails that we manage for, and each one looks a little different. You can see that in some of these photos. The Chautauqua Trail is really wide, not a lot of structures, but the alternative surface. You see the staircase on the left there. So wide range of trails that we manage, and this system of trail management objectives allows us to better understand the costs associated with the different types of trails that we manage. And the TMOs or trail standards, they're basically the foundation for the condition data, because what happens is when doing the condition data, it's that information or that data of grades and width and you know, all of that information that's captured within the trail condition data is weighed against the standard, you know, that sets the parameters for the width and all those targets. And that's how we know the trail is either in compliant or out of compliant. And there's a lot going on this slide, so I'll walk you through it a little bit. But one of the things, you know, just starting off on the, let's start on the upper left. You know, that is an example of what we can turn through an algorithm, we can turn the data into some visuals where it's color coded into red, yellow, green, red being critical repairs needed, yellow prescriptive repairs or a state of routine maintenance, or green. So converting that data into a visual has been really helpful for us to kind of target certain locations. So the High Plains Trail is a really good example of that. 2015, 2017, we look at the detailed condition on the left. You know, there's some key red spots on that trail at that time. And so there's the detailed information from that, but then there's also a summary that we use. We put the data through an algorithm that we created and then summarize it. So the summary for that trail was it was in a state of yellow or prescriptive repairs, prescriptive maintenance needed. And so what we did was some targeted repairs over time and some targeted reroutes in some of those areas that were in the red or in critical repair need. And you can see some of those. I put some arrows in there on the left of some of those locations. So we did some projects in those areas over a couple of years, mostly with volunteers. We then captured all that work in Beehive. So we have all that information of what it took, how much effort, you know, what the cost was for materials and things like that. And then the condition data was taken again in 2021. And you can see, if you look, it's really small, but there's those red areas definitely decreased, you know, where those arrows were, and, you know, throughout the trail. And the summary or overall condition turned into the state of green. So this is kind of how we relate some of the condition data, the Beehive data, and how we you know, target specific areas with some of the data. Project priority factors are incredibly complex because we need to consider an individual asset or an individual trail and the needs of that within the greater context of the trail system, and also the organizational context, you know, our organizational context. And an example, you know, there's a lot of factors here. I'm not going to go into them all, but an example is the upcoming Saddle Rock project. We're going to be, you know, called for in the West TSA. It's a massive undertaking that's incredibly exciting. Can't wait for it to be done, because it's really going to make a dent in the maintenance backlog. But the Saddle Rock project is a good example because it hits a bunch of these priorities and these targets. So there's a huge concentration of undesignated trails in that area. It's a huge maintenance backlog challenge. It's in our plans. There's a significant rate of change. And it's also, there's ecological and habitat concerns over there in that area. So one of the challenges we've been having for years with this project is not that we didn't want to do it, but we were worried about capacity, you know, mostly from a staffing perspective. And so we were able to look at that and, you know, figure out how we were going to fit this project in and scale it across several years. It's probably going to be about a 5-year project. But, you know, it's hitting so many targets on why we would prioritize it. And it's really exciting to get it in the work plan finally and start moving it forward. Some of the other things that are important with priorities to consider, you know, ecological and habitat concerns, you know, are always something on our mind. Also, we're working with Heather and team. And, you know, like Bear Canyon was an example of that, the most recent reroute. was really driven in a lot of ways by Preble's habitat restoration and the interest from that. And that was one of the main drivers or reasons it was prioritized. In Gun Barrel Hill, as you're familiar with, habitat conservation, and reducing some of the undesignated trails in that area is really a driving factor for that project also. One last thing on this, on the priorities is the value added projects like we were talking about with Dowdy when we were doing our site visit. Dowdy Draw, minimal staff, with that hybrid model that we've been using, and then we're bringing in volunteers to do the majority of the labor of the work. Thank you to all the volunteers. So sometimes when there's interest from partner groups, we can do these value-added projects to make a dent in, the maintenance backlog on projects that we may not have been able to prioritize just from a capacity perspective. So sometimes that will help drive a project forward also. Work and financial planning are pretty critical. Also for ensuring that we can move things, prioritize and move projects forward, and ensure that we're thinking about life cycle. And there's a lot of research and suggestion of it's really typical for physical infrastructure assets to need long-range planning when it comes to work and financial planning. And part of that is because of their long life cycles potentially, and their cost, their high cost also. So it's really work and financial planning is really critical. And we take that really seriously in the Trails program. And we really look at work planning from a 1 to 2 year, highly detailed, 3 to 5 into 6 years, and like we're even talking 10+ years. It's very dynamic and penciled in, but we are thinking about the trail system on that time frame of what projects can we fit in and when, and how does that fit into the trail maintenance backlog and the management of our assets. We're also looking at it's really critical to balance the resources and funding from trail staff, and also, as I was saying, across OSMP staff. It's really important from a resourcing perspective to make sure that we can balance and leverage the capacity of all of them. And then we're always thinking about our operations and CIP funding. And all of this is captured in our Compass software. Okay, so this is the first stop for questions, and I'm kind of hoping to keep it brief because I know we're kind of running behind. I do want to point out this is Bo Clark running a powered wheelbarrow or crawler. So Karen was asking for a crawler picture. So there you go, Karen. Motorized wheelbarrow. So are there any brief questions?
I'm happy to start. If no, Karen, were you trying to say something just now, or are you good with me? Okay. Let's see where I at the end when you said something, it just made me think of a question, but I wanted to go back to my notes from the beginning real quick. Oh, you said that you were open to suggestions for names for your hybrid crew. So I'm going to throw out a suggestion for either like Special Forces, SF, Green Beret, because it's like the 12 of you. You get in, you get out, you leave the infantry behind for a minute, fix it, and you just move right back in. No one even knows you were there. So that's my name in the bucket. Let's see here. I'm actually trying to avoid all my beehive questions because I know that I'll take over with them. So, here was one that I wasn't quite sure of. When you were discussing the trail prescriptions and you were talking about the windows analogy along with that, when you were saying that to me, it made me wonder, so when you guys get a trail prescription, is it from that point, whoever has handed you that sheet of paper, they would be able to then execute. So if you agreed to the price at that point, whoever gave you those totals and estimates would be able to shake your hand and say, yes, let's start work tomorrow. Or are the trail prescriptions internal for us in that we would figure out the budget to that specificity, but then would still need to find the people to implement?
That's a great question. Very observant. So the trail prescriptions are actually put together by our staff. So the trail program managers are putting those prescriptions together, and the prescriptions are based on our planning documents for those areas, and then the needs on the ground. They're using the data that Jake puts together for condition data. But basically what they're doing is they're putting that prescription together, and they're all there's 5 trail program managers, and they're all heavily involved in the work planning and budgeting and funding requests and things like that. So what they're doing is they're helping with the prioritization within their zone or across the system. And then how do we, when and how do we implement it? And then they're the project managers for the work on the ground. So it's really in a lot of ways seamless. They're putting those prescriptions together, putting them in Beehive, and then implementing the projects. We may contract out, we might, the work or whatever, but they're involved in every step along the way, so they know what's going on with that.
And then I had a question that might just be related to me not living in Boulder for as long as I know a good majority of you guys have. And you may need to pull it up, you may not. But when you look at the map that you showed us for the trail areas, the 1 through 5, when I was looking at the map, in my head, I was thinking, again, I see another map where in this certain zone in Boulder, it always has these lines that are more curved where everything else is straight. And that's where your zone 1, 5, and 3 touched. But I find that a lot of maps that I look at seem to have that. And I don't know if that has to do with the creek, the watershed area, because in my head, when I look at it, it seems like all of the lines would kind of conform to 36. And they don't. They always have a little squiggle in that area. So for you guys, why does for example, why does the zone 1, it's mostly square, besides at the bottom right where you just get that extra little curve?
Mm-hmm.
Why that for this particular map?
So when we put the trail zones together, the trail maintenance zones together, geographically it was like slightly arbitrary. We were really looking at like trail mileage. So we were looking, each zone is about 27 to 38 miles. And we were also trying to predict future plans and where mileage might be added so that they would be balanced a little bit. But we were really using, some geographic like Flagstaff Road became a line between, zone 3 and 4, but it was really the mileage we were looking at of like, what's a capacity of, splitting it up for, from a maintenance operations perspective, but then also like in an inventory and condition monitoring perspective too. So it might just be a convenient way for when we're splitting things up a little bit.
Okay, and then on that map or a slide before or after, did it state why you made the zones? Because like one of the, like zone 1 was much larger and obviously you could see like from where, but if you're saying that they're all supposed to be the same size, when I looked at them, they were different in size. But is that just because of the terrain?
Yeah, it's not geographic size, it's how many miles of trail size is the way we're thinking about it. So actually zone 3, which is considerably smaller, that's like Chautauqua, Mesa Trail West, basically, so Bear Canyon, Mallory Cave, that's actually one of our biggest zones. It's got 38 miles in it. But it's not a geographic size, it's mileage of trails that we were trying to balance a little bit.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'll stop talking and let someone else have a go. Thank you.
Tad, I liked your description of different perceptions of the trail system, from the professional staff to the trail users. And I want to take you to another perception, which is the perception of the taxpayers. And in the statistically valid survey that was done for the master plan, the taxpayers had a slightly lower value statement about trails. And one of my concerns about trails is that it seems like they keep being rerouted. And I understand why legacy trails, you've done a good job of explaining why legacy trails need rerouting and revision because of the lack of sustainability of the existing routes. But then I look at trails like the one from Marshall to the east that was only put in, I don't know, 15 years or so ago, 10, 15 years ago, and it has been rerouted. So why do we keep rerouting trails? And even though today you say these are the best possible routes we could ever do, this is the perfect trail alignment, and we've constructed it totally sustainably, I have the hunch that in 5-10 years you're going to say, and we've got to reroute it to make it more sustainable. So convince me as a taxpayer who doesn't have quite as high an estimation of the value of the trail system to the open space system, that when rerouting is needed and why it keeps needing to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally fair. I think one of the things to consider is, trail construction, trail design really it's an art and science that continues to evolve. I was just talking with Francis about that yesterday, and it's one of those things where we're learning as we go and getting better and better and better at it. And you look at you mentioned the Marshall heading east, that I'm pretty sure that's like the community ditch section you're talking about that drops down to Marshall Valley. So originally that section was actually an old road that was incorporated into the trail system, and we're having significant erosion and issues on that, and it was widening and it just didn't have the drainage that we needed. So it was a problematic spot. And what we do is when we look at something like that, we look at options to repair it in place. What's the cost? And then we look at alternatives, a reroute, and what's the most affordable, and also can we balance it within all the ecological and cultural sensitivities that might be in an area like that. So we'll open up a conversation, and we found an opportunity over on that section of community ditch. Now we did the same process, and Bo was kind of describing that when we were out on site in at Dowdy, and he looked at the same situation, like this section isn't really working as well as we would like. Is it worth rerouting? Can we reroute it? And in that situation, he deemed that it's not worth rerouting. The cost benefit analysis just didn't pay. It just didn't pay off. So we're trying to look at things holistically before we sink a lot of money and effort into it. And with the understanding that sometimes we're not going to be able to reroute, sometimes we will. And sometimes it's a great option and sometimes it's not. So from a taxpayer perspective, are we going to be rerouting everything forever indefinitely? I think that as we're transitioning our legacy trails into something a little bit more sustainable and trying to get a handle on that, I think there's going to be a push to reroute what we can to lower maintenance costs and enhance our life cycle of these trails over time. But I think there's going to be a point where, and I've seen this in other land agencies, where you get to a point where reroutes really, it's not really a part of the conversation as much as time goes on. We're just kind of in that transitionary period, and it's going to last some time as we implement, the TSA, the West TSA, the North TSA. There's going to be a lot of rerouting for a while, but I predict that it'll be less frequent as time goes on and we make dents into the trail maintenance backlog.
Thanks. That's good news.
I don't want to reroute at all, for sure.
I'll count on it. Other questions before we go on?
So Chad, I was quite taken with the numerous references in the memo to an asset death spiral. Wanting to know whether that was a technical term.
I Googled that, Dave.
And if so, how do we know when we're in it, and what will it take to get out of it?
It depends on whether we've rerouted enough trails.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was my staff, the trail staff always makes fun of me for this one because I like that term. And for me, it's a reminder not to neglect any assets, right? And I think when I think of the asset death spiral, I think of kind of where we've gotten ourselves in to some degree. And it's a degree, it's not like we're in the full tailspin, but Mount Sinitas is really one of those situations that it is an incredible undertaking that we're just trying to pick away at slowly. We're getting more efficient at it, but we're trying to do a little bit at a time, select the worst spots on the trail and fix those and improve it. I would say that, were we in a death spiral with Mount Sinitas? Maybe, but if we hadn't started doing this like annual investment into it, we definitely would have been in a much worse place, especially if you look like 5-10 years out. So that's the trail that comes to mind for me as like probably the most problematic in some ways, but it's also an iconic experience that's important, for our community.
Well, Royal Arch at one point might have also qualified, but we seem to have pulled out of that pretty well, and so that's good.
Yeah.
But a lot of effort and cost to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to seeing more references to that.
Any more questions before I keep going?
Okay, take it away.
Sounds good. Okay, so, and this will be a little bit more brief, but I want to jump into the trail maintenance backlog updates. So the $40 million number is stuck in everybody's minds from 2018, and then all the conversations around the master plan. So wanted to relate back to that a little bit. Are we making progress? Are we not? Is really the question that I would I think is on all of our minds. One of the challenges though is we've only done a second round of surveys, condition data surveys, for 3/5 of the system, or 3 maintenance zones. So we have partial data. We don't have all the data, and there's also a little bit of a lag time in the data collection. So we may have done some work that's not captured in the data, or in the case of the Marshall Fire, that data was collected before the Marshall Fire, so there's been a little bit of damage since then. So the data is not perfect. There's a little bit of lag time, but it gives us a little bit of a indicator of where we're at. So looking at the 3 zones that we have surveyed so far, and this is all based on 2018 cost estimates, because I wanted to make sure there was a 1-to-1 relationship. So we used 2018 linear foot cost estimates. Originally, the 3 zones were $26.5 million in maintenance backlog out of the 40 million. And the surveys between 2019, 21, and 2021 show that we're at $23.4 million. So that's about a 12% reduction for these 3 zones. And the thermometer is a nod to you, Karen, when you requested it. So I just wanted to point out, though, there's the $40 million number, but we're really only able to show data on, the 3 zones. So that's the kind of representation of the dark line versus the lighter line. And then digging a little deeper, and I'm just going to show one zone real quick. This is some of the more data that we can pull from it. Zone 3, which is the Chautauqua backdrop down to Lake Mallory Cave and Bear Canyon. We can look at the changes over time. And this is one of our more problematic zones because there's a lot of legacy trails in this area. So in this, you can see from the preventative repairs actually decreased, but unfortunately some of the major repairs, or the red, went up a little bit. So some trails got a little worse and then we sustained. But I do want to say that there's a couple projects ongoing that aren't captured in this yet, including Royal Arch, which Dave was mentioning. So I think things look a little bit better than this, but probably not a ton. And then shifting gears a little bit from the maintenance backlog, and then we talked about prescriptions also. So we're really trying to come up with multiple ways to look at, and estimate, the situation with our program, our trail system. So prescriptions are a way to estimate. The maintenance backlog estimates help us kind of give us a perspective. But then total cost, total replacement cost is another form of estimating. That's, asset management, industry standards. And it has some limitations, especially with trails. It's really difficult to calculate standard costs. Beehive is helping us get more accurate, but it's challenging. But with all those limitations, the total replacement cost for the system as of right now, we're looking at $70 to $80 million. And when you look at a total replacement cost, there's an industry standard of about 3 to 5%. 3% is really industry standard for maintenance costs. And when you look at 3% of $80 million, interestingly, that's really within range of our operating and CIP funds. So 3% of 80 million would actually be 2.2 million, which is our operating budget. $3.3 million, which includes our CIP funds, is about 4%. So with our current funding, we really can make a sustained progress, based on this estimate. Even though it's not a perfect estimate, it is. It's one of those things that it's an indicator that we're potentially on track. But one of the things that is really important to point out with this is that would assume, that we're putting the majority, if not all, of our operating and CIP funds towards trail maintenance backlog. And, as we were talking about priorities before, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of master plan strategies that, interconnect with trails. So we just have to be conscious when we're trying to balance that across the, our work planning. Just want to hit upon a couple future aspirations for our program. Culture of continuous improvements, programmatically and holistic asset management. We continue to learn and improve on all our systems and processes. A focus on trail maintenance backlog is a high priority. Getting the estimate and system-wide trail prescriptions is a high priority that we're moving forward on. and capturing that in Beehive. So we'll be able to share those estimates eventually. One of the things I didn't talk a lot about, but research questions, establishing research questions potentially on, trail widths in relation to, condition of visitor, condition of infrastructure and visitation numbers and, undesignated trails, things like that. We could really set up some research questions around all this data and do a further analysis, which could be really exciting over time to continue to learn from the data. Data transparency is also really important to us and going to be a priority. Dashboards, as I mentioned, through Beehive for simpler reporting that can be, we can get out a lot faster and more efficiently. And then also setting condition targets for our system, either by trail or within a zone, or even like a type of trail. So like accessible trails or type of certain type of TMO. We could set targets around the condition and start to strive for that, because it's probably unreasonable to say we'll get rid of the $40 million backlog entirely. So what's a more realistic target to strive for? Is that 50% of that? Is it 75% of that $40 million number? So I think targets would help us kind of determine that. And then a few reflections. The open space mountain parks, we manage a really complex trail system, and we have a robust and strategic trail program to do that. Key principles, again, continuous improvement, holistic asset management. Data is indicating that we have about a 12% reduction in trail maintenance backlog for 3/5 of the system. Looking forward to having that system-wide inventory done for a second round so we can update that. The majority of the trails funding, our goal is to focus it on maintenance backlog as much as possible. And the goal is to have sustained progress for a more resilient trail system. And that's all the slides I have. Any further questions?
I have a couple more. Thank you for that presentation. That was really good. I appreciate it. So basically what I hear is if we held steady with our trails budget and left it in place, that could manage and sustain and improve trails backlog. And then we would, in a perfect world, be able to just kind of make trails 2.0 and create a whole new budget for it and use that for all of our new cool upcoming projects. And that would actually show progress in reduction of trails backlog. But, no one lives in like magical fairyland, and, everyone would love to like double how much money they have in any condition, right? So related to that, I don't know if you have ever done this personally or with what you have done with Beehive in the system, what you think would be the best way. But using big numbers like that, like doubling something, let's say your budget was given a 50% increase. Have you ever taken a number that size and plugged it into either operations or CIP funding? And in doing so, Beehive was able to show you, oh, if you had that amount of cash, this would be a better place to put it, either A or B. Have you ever played with the system in that way?
So, fascinating question. I think, no, not entirely. Have we thought about like if we had X amount of more funding, what would that mean? I think that there's a reality that we really need to consider before we even think about like, oh, if we had a 50% increase, what would that look like? Because we are, like I was saying, the trail program is really interconnected into the department. And we're really reliant on, our wildlife staff, our cultural staff, and, the office space, the amount of vehicles we're allowed to have. And, I think that there's a reality of, in some ways, 50% increase is a little unsettling to me in some ways. Not that I would complain, but I think that we would see other bottlenecks, right? Where we would need more wildlife staff. We would need, because we wouldn't be able to get the designs moving forward. We would hit bottlenecks in permitting, and issues with permitting, or, just general space challenges. So I think when we're looking at, how much increase would be appropriate, I think incremental increases and strategic increases are something that would be, I think that's something we can consider. And then I think there's also the reality of, projects that aren't like focused entirely on trail maintenance backlog, projects like undesignated trail projects that, might result in new trails, that type of work is really important. Projects that are focused on habitat restoration, really important. Even though it might look like a trail project, it might be driven forward by, habitat restoration. But those types of projects that are really important can impact our sustained progress on the maintenance backlog. So we just have to be really careful how we balance it, and then how we balance the funding and the resourcing on it. So I didn't quite answer the question. I think I kind of walked around it a little bit, so I'll own that. But I think those factors are really important to add to that question.
Yeah.
No, I think
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say another thing that we're thinking about is that, for instance, instead of saying, well, how do we add 5 more staff to this, is looking at like Bo's program of bringing value added volunteer groups, which we still have some untapped capacity there. So could one person, a staff person that works more on the volunteer end, bring on 12 more people through volunteerism to help support the trails program? So a limited investment could result in a pretty big significant capacity increase. So those are the things that we're kind of looking at is, if there was a limited infusion, where could we get the biggest bang for our buck? And like Bo's program is a prime example of some potential there.
No, I'm glad you answered the question that way, because it really shows, Biggie was right, even in trail design, like more money, more problems, it might not actually be the answer. So I'm glad that you answered it that way, because most people would think if you had unlimited funding that could solve the problem. So seeing that even if you did, there would still be bottlenecks is good to know. So thank you.
For sure.
Chad, how do you calculate replacement costs? Are you assuming that you just replaced or as is, like everything, you had to rebuild that trail completely just to the way it is today? Or are you assuming that there are some improvements that are made in the process? I mean, that was a big dollar amount, $80 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a complicated number to try to pull together. And that's why I was really trying to share the limitations and it's not a perfect number. But what we did to come up with that calculation was we pulled project cost data from Beehive, and then even past before we had Beehive, some of that data too. And so we calculated cost, like average cost per linear foot for trails. But we did it by different trail types, so per TMO. And then we multiplied that out by the linear footage of each trail type, basically. So there's a little bit of an assumption built into there, because we wouldn't want to build, if we had a blank slate, would we want to build Sanitas where Sanitas is, or would we try to do it differently? We would probably want to think about it a little differently, but so there's some assumptions built into that, but that's how that number came about.
So no rerouting.
No, it didn't factor in that.
But Michelle, it is based on kind of a what would that cost be to build a new, what we'd want to, our standard approach. And that's how we come up with all these numbers. Then the maintenance backlog is, and you look at all the cost of repairs to those standards like Chad present, like what's it going to take to get it to that like new, and then that's how you can estimate your backlog. Well, we need to do these things to improve it to that like new. So that's how these numbers all play together, and we can really start to lay out, once we know our total cost for replacement and our backlog, then we can understand kind of what that overall system condition is. So yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question that I'm not quite sure how to frame it, but I basically want to know how much more visitation you think we can have on our 150 miles of trail. And another way, well, just address that question.
That's
Yeah,
a
Chad.
pretty interesting
Yeah,
one.
Chad, let's hear an answer on that.
I was just going to ask Jeff, you want to answer that one? It's a tricky one. And I think let me step back from it a little bit. So one of the things that I think about when I think about high visitation is, the amount of infrastructure, as you get to a point of, increased visitation, visitation, you start thinking about how much infrastructure does it take to keep people on trail and not impacting beyond the trail. We're starting to see some data evidence, some correlation between trails that are in good shape and basically reducing the amount of undesignated trails or impacts on the the edges of the trails or beyond the trails. So we're seeing some correlation there, but it's really preliminary and something we want to dig into more. But that's such a complex question because it also gets into experience, right? Which is, so individual in some ways, right? Are you looking for an experience where you're hiking with 10,000 people a day, or are you looking for a remote experience, right? And how do we calculate that? That's so complex in some ways. So it's a really tricky question to ask. Jeff, do you have anything you want to add on?
No, it is a good question and something that, we really should probably engage our human dimensions team as well. And, I was just kind of thinking of the high visitation we saw, especially during the years of COVID and some of the impacts that, based on the numbers of visitors we saw and the resulting impacts of the trail infrastructure, kind of start to correlate some of that. So yeah, that's all I was going to add is the human dimensions team and all the other data we have at our that we can access to really look at where we did see certain counts and numbers and correlate that to some on the ground changes and that. But then like Chad said, then you get into all the experience as well, so it's really hard to quantify. But yeah, that's a good question.
And we know there are limits. I mean, we already know that every time you reroute a trail and disturb more habitat, you reduce the existing habitat because you've laid down the trail twice. So instead of just taking up the space for one trail, you've now taken up the space for two trails, and you try to restore the old trail alignment. But I don't think we can afford to lose trails. I don't think we can afford to lose habitat. And as you've said very well, Chad, the two interplay.
Mm-hmm.
So is it?
So if we're gonna plan for increasing visitation, the question is, what do we do when we reach the limit?
Karen, can I ask you something real quick before the staff jumps in? And I heard you talking. Were you going to add more to your question?
Go ahead.
So the day that we went out on our hike and we ran into Jake doing the wheel,
yeah,
is it the point of those factors and conditions that everything's kind of hitting their red zone and they're saying, okay, at this point, the best thing to do for this trail is going to be to reroute it? Are those like, I guess, tie-in points? I don't know what would be the right word to use. Like when it hits that area before that transition happens, is that specifically what you're talking about? I know you said all of the mileage.
No, I'm talking more generally than that, just in terms of limits, because we all know there are limits. We cannot keep buying up open space at the rate that we've bought it over the last 30, 40, 50 years. And that means we cannot keep generating more trail mileage at the same rate that we have been doing it. And without eliminating habitat. And we know from the statistically valid surveys that have been done that ecosystem health and resilience of the habitat is the absolutely essential, most important quality of the open space system, according to the taxpayer perspective, who are the people who have been buying the tens of thousands of acres of land. So how are we going to deal with the increasing visitation, given that at some point we're going to be reaching the limit?
That makes sense. So for us to be in alignment with the charter, what you're saying is overall and in general, if we keep expanding and the number of miles that we're listing, we have X amount of miles of these trails. What you're saying is will in somehow in some way year after year forever more increase, while that will continue to impact the system while visitors continue to increase.
Like Jeff says, it's a question we need to engage with.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, and a couple of points.
Seeing some evidence on the ground anyway. From my perspective, Karen, we have 300 miles, over 300 miles of trail.
Right.
And that is the indication of the system's capacity. And I think, we tend to fool ourselves if we just say, well, we have 150 miles of trail, when in fact, there's another 150 or so that's contributing to, the visitor experience on the system. And certainly there are some expectations that those trails, are suitable trails in the community or in the visitation.
Well, by some individuals anyway.
Right. So I think until we can get a handle on our undesignated trail issue and convince community and visitors that, it's not okay to go on trails that are not, officially maintained, we're going to continue to have this issue and what I perceive as a major management problem.
I was just, yeah, sorry, Chad, I was just going to add, I mean, I think it does go to, and we certainly would want to hear from Francis and others, in our resource and stewardship team as well, but the idea of this carrying capacity and kind of fold that into like an adaptive management approach of, what are the threshold, what is that standard, kind of to Chad's point, like both physically with the trail infrastructure, as well as the experiential standard, that we want to have, set targets and goals for that, and then manage for that. What are those thresholds if we start seeing, this much change in the tread width or this many more people on the trail, then we take these different management actions or interventions to solve that or to manage for that. So it's a real complex. I know we all have different approaches to that, but I think those are the things that go in my mind when we start thinking about the system. And just like Dave mentioned, we look forward to next month in October coming back to the board and talking more specifically about the undesignated trails, which is a whole other realm that we haven't really got into this evening. So that also, Dave's correct, that starts to show just how much use and visitations out there. But anyway, I see Francis turned on the camera too.
Let's give her at least 3 minutes, okay? Go, Francis.
Testimony.
My toddler's refusing to go to bed, so he's climbing on me, and it's exciting here. But I just wanted to chime in, and actually, Dave, you kind of brought up a point I was also going to raise about undesignated trails. But I think it's just important to kind of acknowledge to Karen's question, or maybe reiterate what Chad was saying around, trails really are one of the best tools we have to concentrate use. So I think especially when we're dealing with higher visitation levels in areas where we're seeing a lot of people, I think there's a wide range of trails is a lot what Chad is getting at. And I think as we see higher visitation, that then puts, managers in a position of wanting to recommend higher levels of development for that infrastructure to accommodate it. And that's why, the whole process we have of developing and designating trails in the places where they cause the least resource impact is so important as compared to like undesignated trails that somebody might walk in. So, we are thinking a lot about that. We do have a lot of really interesting data sets that are combining to kind of manage those issues. And I maybe want to reassure that is like forefront in a lot of our minds. We are kind of grappling with the same things. And we are talking to a lot of our neighboring agencies about the same things. And I know like open space that we manage is at a different kind of level. We've acquired a lot of land, we need to take care of it. Whereas like Fort Collins is still in an expansion period. So I think we're kind of grappling on that regional scale too of what that means, but yeah. I'm done.
Thank you, Francis. Are there any other questions? I think you're muted.
You're muted.
I think we've left you with a good question.
That's fair.
Thank you very much, Chad.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. And I know there's a lot of force behind you on putting all this together and the field trip and then next month. So just hats off to the full team for using this opportunity to pull together not only data, but a story and a presentation for all of us. So really appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
All right, Karen, I've got one last little segment. It's a few quick director updates. One of my updates is pertaining to some tribal relation work that is ongoing. Many of you know that we have a really robust partnership with our American Indian nations that around between 13 and 15 separate nations that we regularly interact with, sometimes in a formal fashion through tribal consultation, as it's called, sometimes through when we find an inadvertent discovery of tools in our system. For instance, we use them to get their opinion on what we should do with that find. And one area that we've recently worked to completion with is the development of a land acknowledgement that we put together in partnership with our American Indian nations. And I would like to use this opportunity, if Leah can bring up the screen. So we have what we call more of an abbreviated version that we could use at meetings such as this. And but we also have a full version that lives on the website, and I really encourage people that want to know more about the newly created land acknowledgement that we did in partnership of where the full version lives, and it is on the website under our tribal relations section of the website. But I'll just take a moment to read what we call our abbreviated version. The city of Boulder acknowledges the city is on the ancestral homelands and unceded territory of indigenous peoples who have traversed, lived in, and stewarded lands in the Boulder Valley since time immemorial. These nations include the Apache, the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Comanche, Kiowa, Pawnee, Shoshone, Sioux, and Ute. We honor and respect the people of these nations and their ancestors. We also recognize that indigenous knowledge, oral histories, and languages handed down through generations have shaped profound cultural and spiritual connections with Boulder area lands and ecosystems, connections that are sustained and celebrated to this day. The city of Boulder recognizes that those now living and working on these ancestral lands have a responsibility to acknowledge and address the past. We must not only acknowledge our past, but work to build a more just future. We are committed to taking action beyond these words. We pledge to use this land acknowledgement to help inspire education and reflection and initiate meaningful action to help support Indigenous nations, communities, and organizations. So I think that gives you a flavor of the type of narrative that we put together in collaboration with our partners. And it's in this spirit that we've the city has really taken some robust initiatives over the last 20 years, and most recently over the last 3 or 4 on several initiatives that have initiated a lot of collaboration with our tribal partners. One of them, of course, is our work out at our Fort Chambers Poor Farm property, a 110-acre site that we acquired back in 2018, which has a connection to the horrible atrocities of the Sand Creek Massacre. And one of our pledges of planning for that property's future was to collaborate with the tribal nations that were impacted through that horrible event. And in your packet today is just we're going to be just keeping you updated through this over the next 18 months, 2-year period of our collaborative work with tribal representatives that are representing these 3 nations who have agreed to participate in a collaborative way of planning, developing a land management plan for that property. And we kicked it off by we actually had tribal representatives from all 3 nations come in for a couple of days, 2 nights and a day, a month or so ago. And in your packet is just a summary of what took place that day, some initial thoughts and reflections that we were getting from these tribal representatives, and some steps forward we're going to take in our continual collaboration with them on that property. But it was a very moving day. Our city manager participated for most of the morning. We had our city equity manager that participated throughout the day. We had obviously a few open space staff that were throughout the day, and Dave Kuntz was able to actually join us for some of the day as well, including the field trip. And that was really the culmination of the day, was to go out and visit the site. Some of the tribal representatives have never been at the site, and actually being out there and seeing it, and they conducted a ceremony on the site, was really the foundational piece of the whole visit to begin with. It's hard to sort of project what goes next for this site and what the land management plan without a really good inner sense of what the property is. So I was very excited about how the day went. I was very excited about the input and feedback we were receiving from the tribes. And of course, there's a lot of work ahead of us on the land management plan and in this collaboration, but I really think we're off to a great start. And hopefully we captured some of that flavor in the memo that's in your packet. So I just wanted to provide that background, and as a staff, we will obviously keep you updated throughout the process, throughout the whole process, but especially this initial phase where we're focusing in on our engagement and collaboration with the tribes. I don't know, Dave, if you have any reflections from some of your participation that day, but or any other questions that people may have about what was in the packet or my brief summary.
Yeah, I do, Dan, and thanks. I'd like to echo your thoughts and comments as well. You know, what has struck me over the 25 years of collaborating and working with the various tribes is their willingness to have tribal representatives come and meet with us and work with us. It's pretty amazing. I think my sense of one of the aspects of the meeting a month or so ago was that the tribal representatives were less concerned about finding the actual location of Fort Chambers. They were most concerned and thought most important is the telling the truth about what happened. And I wrote a few notes that I got 3 sentences I just want to read you that I wrote after the meeting that, you know, hopefully will give you a sense of where people were at. Because this is this just feels different. And I think the main reason is because of what happened subsequently, you know, from this place, but it feels different from the other, you know, collaboration and cooperation on issues that we've talked about previously. So what I wrote is this meeting was an opportunity to tell the truth about an event that lives in infamy in the history of the Western United States. The massacre of unsuspecting and peaceful members of the Cheyenne and Arapaho at Sand Creek began right here in Boulder. This meeting, the meeting that we had a month ago, highlighted the need for understanding the importance and significance of working together to achieve mutual goals and celebrate the many voices telling their stories that help us understand where we've come from and focus on where we're going. And I think that's our real challenge, is to make sure that we properly celebrate our working together and tell the story as truthfully as we can.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. That's great. Karen, you're on mute.
One of my questions that ties in directly to this is a statement on page 2 of the memo that talks about the need to communicate events before and after the massacre, and that those were considered to be critical perspectives from the Indigenous view. And what I'm wondering is whether we know what research sources to go to get that at this point, whether we have no idea and it needs to be ferreted out, or whether we have some ideas and have started down that path. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think when we were giving presentations throughout the day, we obviously needed to acknowledge that the information that we're drawing on, especially when we talk about history started in 1858 and go forward, that it was from a Eurocentric perspective, and so that was something that, you know, was fully admitted, and I think that the perspective that they were giving is that there's opportunities to tell the story from other perspectives. And so that's, I think, one area which we're going to rely on them to help us, put that together. Especially when the comment is of what came before this. So part of the limitation that we have, obviously, is that we have a Euro-centric perspective of this, and we tell the history through our own eyes. And part of this collaboration is to expand that vision and to be able to put this perspective in a much more holistic light. And so bringing the partners together, that's something that I think that is probably the intent. I think Dave is right. I think telling the story accurately and holistically is what they're seeking. They're very supportive of all the charter purposes going on out there. And I think the focus is how can we tell this story, and how can we tell it not just through our own eyes, but through the eyes of the indigenous peoples that came before this. So I think that's the next step, is what that looks like, what the opportunities are out there, and how best to do that. I think we're certainly have skills at the technicalities of a land management plan, like, what are the restoration opportunities, where are some great agricultural soils, and we'll have a chance to put all that together and to hear.
Right, but
and to
that's
see,
not, yeah.
And they want that to continue, but they basically said, seems like you've got that. I think where we're going to need to lean on them is more on telling the story. Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like in this particular meeting, you already got some clues from them about where to go and how to pursue that yet.
There was a few things that some quote unquote homework that they've agreed to take back and bring back to us. But I would view this very much as a getting to know each other introductory meeting. We covered a lot of things. We had to talk about the city charter and the open space mission, and then go out onto the property. So it was a very, very robust but very foundational meeting. And I think it's we'll get into how that collaboration looks like in terms of how best to tell the story out there.
John?
Thanks to everyone who attended this. Dave, thank you for reading those lovely words. I'm really excited about the collaboration. And I think it's important that we really listen to what they say and what, how they think we should tell the story. And it seems like we're doing that, which is really exciting. So I was really excited to read the update. I did have a question. At the end, you mentioned that they were going to provide an MOU from a similar project as an example. Do you know what that project was? It implied they may have worked with folks on a similar project on page 8.
Yeah, I don't know, Casey, if you're still on, you may have a sense of if what follow-up has been done on that in regards to the idea of the MOU of sort of solidifying how this partnership going forward is going to look like. But
sure, it wasn't one. They might have had a specific project. They didn't mention one specific project, John, but they have collaborated with several other city and state organizations, and the Northern Arapaho in particular typically put into place MOUs for a variety of consultation on projects. And so they had some standard ones that they've used for a variety of projects that they said that they would provide an example for. We haven't gotten that yet, but we're continuing to follow up and also look at some other leads to get an example one to start the conversation. So there wasn't one in particular, but it's a common practice of theirs.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
A quick question about timeline. I think it's perfectly clear that the negotiations with the tribal representatives it has started and will continue with a timeline that you're going to try to work at fleshing out in the MOU. And then you indicated that after that, there would be broader community engagement. Can you, the last sentence, it says staff will seek OSBT feedback on the site management plan. Will that come before or after the community input?
Sorry, just unmuting myself there. Karen, we really haven't fleshed out exactly the process for, it could be both. It could be before, it could be after. There could be two different touch points with the board. We haven't really fleshed that out yet in terms of what that community engagement looks like and what would be the appropriate time for, there might be multiple appropriate times for input, from the board. So we really haven't fleshed that out in any detail. And I think that once we have a better understanding of how the tribal component will flesh out, we'll focus our energy then on defining the next steps.
For the purpose of keeping the board informed, I'd like to encourage you to think that once you have a first round of agreement and understanding with the tribal representatives, it would be good to come back and present that to the board before going to the community for wider input.
Yeah.
And as you indicated, I agree. I think multiple iterations with the board makes sense.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on how the tribal goes, and then we'll run by our plan, if you will, for the board touch bases and input.
Thanks. Any other questions from anyone? Okay, thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So just want to we're going to end a little bit on a somber note, but in case all of you haven't yet heard, we lost a dear member of our conservation community recently with the passing of Ray Bridge. Just want to staff help put together a few words that we would like to present to you. Thanks, Leah, for bringing that up. But Ray, as many of you know, was an OSMP volunteer. He was a frequent attendee at OSBT meetings and at OSMP public engagement events. He was a local advocate. He was a longtime representative of the Boulder County Audubon Society. And, we were deeply sad to hear about his passing in August. Since 2007, Ray gave 1,200 volunteer hours to open space and mountain parks as a volunteer naturalist, as a trail guide, as a frog monitor, as a native bee block monitor, and participated in trail projects, public hikes, and trainings. Beyond the investment in time, he made connections with many staff, many volunteers, and visitors. And in particular, he shared his knowledge and passion for local geology with people of all ages. And he has written a definitive book, The Geology of Boulder County. So just on behalf of the department, we would like to acknowledge and express gratitude for the many contributions that Ray has made to the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department over the years, which has made Boulder a better place. And without strong engagements from folks like Ray, the open space system would not continue to be as valuable, robust, and healthy as it is today. So among other things, staff is certainly going to miss Ray's smile, wit, and candor, and his presence at our meetings over the last many years. So we just wanted to pass those thoughts and feelings and condolences from a staff perspective. And I welcome if there's anybody who wants to add to this from the board perspective, now would be great. But thank you for allowing us the time to speak to Ray a little bit about Ray. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I want to agree with you. I think he was a genuine steward that embraced the whole open space system. He engaged in trail building, in trail restoration projects. He helped plan trail alignments. When I was reading the trails information in today's packet about the clay soils, I immediately thought of the trail alignment field trip we took up to the Springbrook Loops. And he took one look at the side of the hill and he said, you know, that's clay soils. You're going to have a mess if you build a trail through there. And sure enough, the trail slipped and we rebuilt the trail. But he contributed in so many ways to the trails, the trail building, the habitat preservation and restoration, control of invasive species, and the education project he took. I can't begin to imagine how many thousands of elementary school kids he took on the McClintock Trail to excite them about the open space system. And tell you something that Tom Isaacson said. He said, I'll never forget the hearing that Ray came to with one of his famous t-shirts on with a saying on it, because he always came to the microphone and spoke from facts and a base of science. And Tom said it was all I could do to let out a huge belly laugh when I saw that the t-shirt he had on said, science, it's better than making up shit. and that was Ray. He believed in the scientific basis of all the work that he did and all of his contributions.
Thank you, Karen.
Thanks for that, Karen. I just want to add that, you know, I have the same feeling about losing Ray that I had with the loss of Ricky Weiser. And that is that, you know, there are certain people in history that really do make a difference in their lions and lionesses in those roles. And Ricky certainly was one. She attended, I can't remember a open space board meeting that she did not attend, and a city council meeting that she did not attend. And Ray was of similar caliber, and you know, you just kind of despair that, you know, we're losing those people, and you know, will there be others that, you know, come in their place? And hopefully that's true, but they were stalwarts of the community, and this community benefited greatly over the years from their presence. So thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
Great. Well, Karen, that's all we have from you from a staff perspective tonight.
Okay, and I think we're ready to move forward with the next step for the retreat, which comes up on September 28th. The public is invited to participate by virtual attendance. And information about that will be on the website. Is that right?
Yep,
Dan?
and we'll try to put the packet out either that Wednesday night or Thursday before the retreat. So look for that, you know, around the 21st, 22nd or so. And things will be posted up on the website.
And I presume it'll be posted under the Board of Trustees meetings place.
Yeah, I think, yeah, however we normally would do a business meeting. Yep.
Thank you, Leah. Great. Okay, I'll look forward to seeing you all then. And thanks for another good meeting.
All right, y'all. Take care.
Bye.